Please be seated. Good evening to tonight's meeting of Medway Folk Council. As usual, this meeting is being live streamed via the Council website, and I would like to welcome everyone who is watching online, as well as everyone present here tonight. Medway Interfaith Action are supporting the Mayoralty this year, and John Spencer from the Quaker Faith will now say prayers.
I'm John Spencer. I represent Rochester Quakers. Quakers don't pray. We don't have a prayer book. What Quakers do, we put faith into action. We are known for our peace and mediation work. We're the only religion to have won the Nobel Peace Prize. We are known for our work to end slavery, and we are known for our work on prison reform, and much more. An example of the action is that one of the Rochester Quakers is currently in the West Bank, acting as a peacekeeper. That's putting faith into action. What Quakers do, we sit in silence, which is a kind of prayerful state. We sit for an hour or more, mainly in silence. When we discuss things, we are silent before we speak. We speak. The room is silent after we speak, and then somebody else may speak. At the end of a meeting, we go into silence. And we seek cooperation and not conflict. So what I'm asking us to do is to have just 1 minute of prayerful silence, or just silence, which I'll close by saying, "Thank you, friends," which is how we end our meetings. So please just stay in a quiet space for 1 minute. Right. Thank you, friends, and thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you, John, for telling us a bit more about the Quaker faith. Actually found it quite interesting. I didn't know much about it. Thank you very much. And now, let's move on to the council meeting. For agenda item 1 is apologies for absence. Councillor Peake, are there any apologies for absence for this meeting?
Yeah. Yes, Mr. Mayor, from Councillors Anamasham and Guron, and lateness from Councillor Brown and Stamp. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Peake. Councillor Kemp, are there any apologies?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I have. I have apologies from Councillor Etheridge, and Councillor Doe sends his apologies. He will be late. He's been held up in traffic.
Thank you, Councillor Kemp. Councillor Sands, are there any apologies?
No apologies, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. And Councillor Vai, are there any apologies? Thank you, Councillor. Moving on to agenda item 2, declaration of interest. Yes, Councillor Peake?
Yeah, sorry, I meant to also mention Councillor Mark Jones. Apologies as well.
Thank you. Thank you for clarifying that. Are there any declaration of disclosable pecuniary interest or any other significant interest from members of the council? Please clearly describe the nature of your interest if you do declare one. Any member? Councillor Field?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I declare an interest in motion B. I'm a governor at Abbey Courts Community Special School, and although a dispensation was offered by the monitoring officer, on reflection, I have decided it is appropriate for me to step out the room during this debate.
Thank you, Councillor Field. Councillor Kemp?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I too am a community governor of Abbey Court School, and I welcome the monitoring officer's dispensation, so I will be staying in the meeting.
Thank you, Councillor Kemp. Councillor Finch?
Of interest, but with your permission, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a brief personal statement for the record.
What is the nature of the statement?
An opportunity to clear the air.
This agenda item is only for declaration of interest, Councillor Finch.
Yeah, no, that's right. Declaration of interest.
Any other member that wishes to declare an interest? No? We're moving on to agenda item 3, record of meetings. Is it agreed that assign the minutes of the meeting held on 27th of February 2025 as an accurate record? Is it agreed? Thank you. Moving on to agenda item 4, the mayor's announcements. I would like to begin by sharing some sad news. Councillor Filmer's wife, Dee, suddenly passed away recently. This funeral took place last week, and a number of members, both past and present, and officers attended to pay their respects. On behalf of all members, I offer my deepest condolences to Phil and his family during this time. Another sad piece of news this week is the passing of Pope Francis. The world mourns a humble shepherd who inspired millions with his compassion, wisdom, and unwavering faith. He championed peace and love of our neighbors, no matter where they came from. His final message says it all. Love has triumphed over hatred, light over darkness, and truth over falsehood. Forgiveness has triumphed over revenge. Moving on, I would like to thank everyone that attended the annual mayoral ball on 11th of April 2025 in support of my charities, the Halpern Charitable Foundation and Medway Culture Club. We welcome over 260 guests, and the evening was a great success. People are still calling me to say what a fantastic night it was. I don't have the final total yet of how much we raised, but I believe it is a significant amount and it will help the work of the two charities. Thank you to everyone that attended. We continue tonight, hopefully for the last time, to trial of how we conduct the meeting this evening, and we'll consider a report later this evening to make some changes permanent. I will run through these changes as follows. Public questions will be extended from 30 to 40 minutes with a reduction in time allocations for the reader's report from 35 to 30 minutes and the overview and scrutiny activity report from 25 to 20 minutes. Public questionnaires unable to attend this evening have been allowed to send a representative to read out their question, or I will put the question in on their behalf. Only public questionnaires attending in person will be able to ask supplementary questions. The order of business have been changed as indicated on the agenda. In summary, we will take the agenda item on motions after public questions. Any information reports or reports for noting will be the last agenda items. We limit the number of speakers per motion through the proposer and seconder, plus up to 10% of each group, rounded up as follows. Labour and Cooperative Group, 4. Conservative Group, 2. Independent Group, 1. Reform UK Group, 1. And independent members, 1. The same number of speakers will be allowed for each amendment to a motion. Because these are changes to the Council rules, I move that we suspend Council rules to facilitate these changes. Is it agreed? Please, can I remind members to speak clearly into the microphones to ensure people in the public gallery and watching the live stream can hear properly, and can members ensure that written copies of any amendments are brought to the top table first. Finally, I would like to ask all members to only interrupt another member while they are speaking if there is a genuine point of order or point of personal explanation to be made. Thank you, members. We're moving on with the leader's report. May I call on the leader of the council for any announcements?
Thank you, Mayor Nesterov. I associate myself with your remarks. I apologise to everybody for my horrible chesty cough tonight, but I have no other announcements. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Maple. Agenda item 6 is petitions. Are there any members of the public wish to hand in a petition? If so, please come straight to the microphone and read out the title of the petition. We don't have anyone. Will any councillors now indicate if they wish to hand in a petition? Please note that any member should leave their petition on their table and Democratic Services staff will collect it. Any member? Councillor Wildy?
Thank you. This petition is to protect the safety of children of Lordswood Close and Slade Close. We, the undersigned residents of Lordswood Close, Slade Close, strongly oppose the removal of the protective wall separating the green in front of our homes from the busy main road. The council's plan to replace the wall with a steel barrier will leave young children, especially those with special needs, exposed to traffic dangers, as some may not recognise the risk of running in the road to retrieve a ball or toy. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wildy. Someone will collect it soon. Councillor Field.
Yes, I have a petition to introduce a 20-mile-an-hour zone in Central Strood.
Thank you, Councillor Field. A colleague from Democratic Services staff will collect it at the end of the meeting. We don't have any other members indicating that they wish to hand in a petition, so we're going to move on to agenda item 7, which is public questions. We have 40 minutes to deal with 6 public questions on the agenda. We have been given an undertaking that people will be able to read out their questions, so I will shortly call the questions out in order printed on the agenda. Public questionnaires unable to attend this evening have been allowed to send in a representative to read out their question, or the question will be put by me on their behalf. Only public questionnaires attending in person will be able to ask supplementary questions. Please, would those who are asking questions come to the microphone at the front of the public gallery, and may I remind those who are called upon to answer the questions that answers must not exceed 3 minutes. I would like to advise public questionnaires that they may each ask one short supplementary question, which should be a concise question. Long preambles and statements will not be permitted. Members' answers to supplementary questions may not exceed 3 minutes. If there is still any questions not dealt with at the end of this evening, they will receive a written response instead. Louis Bailey, please come to ask your question.
Despite receiving legal advice from the monitoring officer, the independent group refused to alter their motion to a form which would make it compatible with not predetermining any elements of the local plan. The council resolved to seek additional external legal advice on this issue with a view to bring it back. Instead of just listening to the expert opinion of the council's own legal team, the independent group forced a situation where the council had to outsource this work. How much did this external legal advice cost the council?
Thank you, Mr. Bailey. Councillor Curry, would you please respond?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and thank you very much for your question. It is not unusual for a second opinion to be sought on some matters for the council, particularly where the stance taken differs from that which was historically accepted. On this occasion, the provision of the external advice cost £3,120, inclusive of VAT.
Louis, would you like to ask a supplementary question?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Given there's already another motion being put forward by the independent group, do we not think that this has potential to damage the local plan, and what are the potential financial implications for the council if these motions pass?
Councillor Curry.
Thank you very much for your follow-up question. I obviously can't speak on behalf of those raising the motion as to what their motives are for this. I'm sure they have their very valid reasons. I would say, however, that there would be an impact if the local plan at this stage were stalled, which would be difficult for us to manage. We have been without a local plan. The one we're working with is 2003, and they normally last 15 years at the most. So we have now been about a decade now when we really could have done with a new plan. So there is an implication if it is stalled at this point for any reason. Historically now, we've been fighting planning applications on speculative developments from developers across the whole of Medway, including Cliff, the Hoo Peninsula and the Capstan Valley, and we constantly lose the planning inquiries related to those speculative developments if we're opposed to them. The cost to the council has been in the hundreds of thousands of pounds, and that is obviously something that we can't sustain over any length of time. I believe that we're probably one of the most, it's cost the most in the whole country in terms of planning inquiry costs. So we have got an issue there that needs to be resolved. So that's pretty much all I can say on that without anything further. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Curry. Katie Wall, please come up to ask your question.
How many dinosaurs have you seen in Medway this month? You may have noticed one of the new 21 signs in Medway's 4 air quality management areas, asking drivers to switch off their engines at traffic lights, featuring our new, recently recruited mascot Dino, a logo designed by young creatives at Mid-Kent College. These signs have been erected to reduce pollution, protect the health of our children and those with asthma, and save our pennies. Turn off when you stop, our Medway Breathe slogan is intended to go far broader. We are looking to find ways to spread the message and particularly encourage drivers to turn off outside schools. We are already building partnerships across the local communities, schools and businesses to ensure our children's lungs are protected. Beyond the School Street scheme, which is not practical for all schools, what can the council do to help us to amplify the message and change driver behaviour?
Thank you. Councillor Patterson, would you please respond?
Thank you, Mayor Nestorov, and thank you for your question, Katie. As a matter of fact, I spotted my first dinosaur yesterday heading eastbound on Corporation Street in my own ward. I hasten to add, it was me that was heading eastbound on Corporation Street, not the dinosaur. The Environmental Protection Team has been pleased to have worked closely with the Medway Breathes project team on their exciting initiative. Following the successful DEFRA-funded Rainham idling project, which tested the effectiveness of different signs to change driver behaviour and switch off their engines when stationary at a busy traffic junction, the team has been able to use some of the remaining air quality grant we received to manufacture and install the new signs across our air quality management areas as part of a wider idling campaign. As additional support for the project, the team is also committed to using the remaining grant on some smaller signs for schools that are not suitable for inclusion in the School Streets programme, which aims to encourage drivers to switch off when parked around school gates. We will be continuing to work with the Medway Breathes team on rolling out these signs, the other elements of the project, and would encourage other council teams to engage with the project to help maximise its success. And I would also say that I'm pleased tonight to have collected my own car sticker, so I'll be doing my own promotion of the project on my own vehicle.
Thank you, Councillor Patterson. Katie, would you like to ask a supplementary question?
Yes, please. What message does the council wish to give parents, carers and grandparents who idle outside Medway schools?
Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Katie, for your supplementary question. I think I've been quite clear in the statements that I've made publicly around the School Street scheme that I think it's incumbent on drivers to behave responsibly around schools. Now, that means dropping your speed. It means not parking next to the school if you can avoid it, and making some of your journey on foot if you are able-bodied and your child is. But also, this scheme is a clear example of why we can take small steps to make a massive difference to air quality around the schools. So the message has to be a combination of all of those things, and I certainly deprecate any driver who puts their own convenience ahead of the health and safety of Medway residents. So I'm grateful to you for all the work that you're doing, and I wish you every success.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Patterson. Daniel Broom, please come up to ask your question.
My name is Daniel Broom, founder of the Q-Ship Society. The Q-Ship Society was set up to save, restore and home the last astute-class sloop from World War I. One of 3 purpose-built Royal Naval ships left in the world and was listed as a national treasure, which currently sits abandoned at Chatham Docks. With the future of Chatham Docks uncertain, the Q-Ship's future is also at risk. The loss of such a significant piece of Medway history will surely be catastrophic. Will the administration honour our maritime history, which directly links to Medway, agree a plan of restoration led by our volunteers and experts, working with the Society to find a home for the vessel to be enjoyed as a tourist attraction for many years to come, rather than send her to her grave?
Thank you, Daniel. Councillor Luella-Prenter, would you please respond?
In place of Councillor Garung. Thank you for your question and bringing HMS Saxifrage to our attention. Medway Council is extremely proud of both the military and maritime history of the area and has celebrated and supported both over many years, from marking Armed Forces Day to being a strategic planner in the development of the historic dockyard. As we enter into year 2 of our 10-year plus partnership with the National Lottery Heritage Fund, we are more than happy to meet the Society to discuss opportunities for restoration and relocation of the ship and its potential as a tourist attraction.
Thank you, Councillor Luella-Prenter. Daniel, would you like to ask a supplementary question?
Yes, please. I've got to think. Ideal sites that could be, or come to mind, could be something like industrial sites that are no longer in use or anything like that. Such as Collier Dock, which is behind Asda. Any industrial site near water would be ideal for the vessel to be homed.
Councillor Luella-Prenter, would you please respond?
Thank you, Daniel. I'm sure in the meeting that you can have with Councillor Garung, all of those options can be investigated and discussed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Alan Wells, please come up to ask your question.
In early 2024, the developer Esquire applied for planning permission to build 34 homes at Grange Village. The application proposed a new footpath connection to a new pedestrian crossing on Grange Road at the rear of the development, with bee and insect habitat planting included in the plans. Grange High Street across the road from the development is where the co-op, the main shop in the village, the pub, and a road to the primary school, church and beachfront can be accessed. On the 4th of November, the Council's Planning Committee approved the development with the pedestrian footpath and crossing, and I quote, "The access arrangements are considered acceptable with pedestrian footpaths and a pedestrian link to Grange Road." On the 28th of November, Esquire submitted a new application to remove the pedestrian footpath connection and planting, submitting the change to its 4th of November plans as a non-material amendment. The Council could have rejected the amendment under the non-material proposal if it had wanted to. The lack of a footpath to link to the new crossing will mean it will take longer for residents to access the High Street, as well as the loss of the planting of biodiversity flora on verges as originally agreed. The Council approved the application on the 5th of December, allowing no time for any objections to the change. My question to the Council is this: why did the Council not allow villagers at Grange to voice their concerns to Esquire, reneging on their original infrastructure plans?
Councillor Curry, would you please respond?
Thank you very much, Mr. Wells, for your question. You're absolutely right that in terms of the original approval by the Planning Committee, due to limits of time obtaining government funding for an affordable MHS scheme, the non-material amendment was needed to temporarily change the scheme while various legal authorisations and agreements were sorted out. These had to be done in advance of things. This has now been done, and a further non-material agreement has now been agreed, which returns the scheme to that originally approved by the Planning Committee. Please be reassured, nothing was being done to change the scheme permanently without engaging with the local community. It was purely an administrative process, and the scheme will come forward as originally approved. The proposed development will be delivered as per the plans originally approved by the Planning Committee. The scheme will be built by a local SME developer with a reputation for delivering high-quality development using local labour and services and being considerate to local residents during construction, as well as delivering a much-needed affordable homes, which it is hoped will provide valuable accommodation for local residents. And just as a follow-up, Mr. Oz, I did confirm this again with the Chief Planning Officer today as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Curry. Alan, would you like to ask a supplementary question?
I haven't, no.
Thank you. Thank you. Next questioner, Vivian Parker. Please come up to ask your question.
Not present, Mr. Mayor.
Question is on the papers. Councillor Patterson, would you please respond?
As part of feedback from local road users at Maidstone Road, Chatham, the Council undertook to look at the possibility of pedestrian facilities serving the route to and from the nearby supermarket at Bridgewood Roundabout. We note that there are crossing facilities along this section of the A229, but also that they are situated a little distance away. We very much support and encourage sustainable travel choices, and as a council we have developed a local cycling and walking infrastructure plan. This plan helps us identify where pedestrian and cycle infrastructure could be improved, and also helps prioritise where pedestrian and cycle routes should be improved. Whilst this part of Maidstone Road does not form part of routes identified as part of the local cycling and walking infrastructure plan, we have continued to investigate this location. As part of this work, the Council has placed appropriate road signage on this part of Maidstone Road. This is to help highlight to all road users the potential for there being pedestrians crossing ahead under the existing road layout arrangements. The Council is continuing to consider this matter and monitor operation.
Thank you, Councillor Patterson, for your answer. And our last questioner this evening, John Castle, please come up to ask your question.
Many councils have adopted buses using hydrogen fuel cells for the delivery of local bus services. There are many reasons to do so. Climate change is certainly one. Hydrogen fuel cells store green energy, and when converted into electricity, only water vapour is produced. It's clean energy and it delivers clean air. Putting hydrogen infrastructure in place is useful beyond bus services for meeting climate change goals for the council and the local area. For instance, waste and recycling vehicles could also switch to hydrogen fuel cells. Does the council agree with me that Medway should commit to removing diesel bus and deliver bus services using clean green energy?
Thank you. Councillor Curry, would you please respond?
Thank you very much, Mr. Castle, and I have to confess you're talking my language here. I'm very passionate about this issue. The problems we face with hydrogen I'll get to in a moment. But thank you very much for your question. 92% of our services are operated commercially by Arriva, so any decision on vehicles is really a commercial business matter rather than a matter for the council. And similar independent operators also own their own vehicles. Overall, across all operators in Medway, around 80% of the lower emission Euro 5 and Euro 6 engines are now being used, and newer buses are currently also being introduced by Arriva as I speak. Medway Bus Service Improvement Plan has a medium-term ambition to improve the bus fleet to cleaner engines. However, estimates suggest this is likely to be a significant capital cost of at least £100 million in total, so it would be dependent on the availability of private funding and or government grants. The problems there are about the installation of electric charging and getting the electric charging capacity into the bus stations and such like. And similarly, hydrogen is extremely challenging. At the moment, sourcing hydrogen is an issue in this country. Not enough of it is being produced in a green and environmentally friendly way. And also the storage of the hydrogen on site is an issue, being the largest bus depot we have at Gillingham is in a residential area. So in conclusion, we are absolutely committed to removing diesel buses from Medway. That's part of our climate change action plan and part of our plans going forward through our active travel group. I fully agree with everything, with the principles behind this, and it's something that we will certainly pursue as urgently as we possibly can, depending on costs, etc. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Curry. John, would you like to ask a supplementary question?
Yeah. Several times Medway Council has put out a statement saying that electric buses are not suitable for Medway, and that's almost certainly true. What the council doesn't follow up with is the reasons why hydrogen is inappropriate, and I think Councillor Curry has gone some way towards answering that. And I just think that it would be helpful if that communication was made clearer in the future.
Thank you, Councillor Curry.
Yeah, well, I apologise if we haven't had the messaging right on that one. I have to confess it is a complicated issue and difficult to get the right messaging out on these issues. And as going back to the hydrogen issue, it really is dependent upon where the buses are located for their charging or for their fuelling with hydrogen. Obviously, hydrogen is a difficult fuel to cope with in an urban area. So one of the things we are going to be looking at is depots and where they might be located in the future. So we will be tackling that. But I take your point on the messaging. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Curry. This concludes our questions, public questions for the evening. Thank you to all the questionnaires. Moving on to agenda item 8, motions. Before we go to the first motion, all members have been advised that today motions E and G have been removed, have been withdrawn. So I call upon Councillor Mrs. Turpin to propose a motion at item A.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Firstly, I will start by stating that when the local plan is considered at the June meeting, I will do so with an open mind and will consider all options and recommendations based on the evidence before me. I thank Councillor Curry for his response to the question this evening regarding the cost of external legal advice. It wasn't forced by my group, but encouraged by council officers. Legal advice had previously been given when the motion was brought forward before, and members were advised they could debate the motion without fear of predetermination. Hence why I would not withdraw on the night, and external advice was therefore sought. As I stated back in January when this motion was first tabled, the Labour group, while in opposition, brought this exact motion forward on 2 separate occasions. Firstly, in January 2020, and then again in April 21. All members of the Labour group at that time voted in favour of this motion, which included current councillors Brown, Curry, Howcroft-Scott, Marhill, Maple, Murray, Patterson, Price and Stamp. They were passionate supporters of the jobs at Chatham Docks. Their social media accounts adequately show this. I had no real evidence until the summer of 24 to doubt that they had changed their position on that and backtracked. Regulation 18 was published and its lack of information and mention of the Chatham Docks site was alarming. The site was mentioned 18 times, but not once in relation to employment or local existing jobs or potential job losses. Employment is mentioned within the document 100 times, but never in the same context as Chatham Docks site. The employment strategy mentions 4 employment sites within Medway, but again does not include Chatham Docks. It does, however, mention the Innovation Park Medway. Oh dear. We must learn that jobs are not easily created, but very easily destroyed. Chatham Docks is mentioned within 2 of the 3 options put forward within Regulation 18, one which would develop the site for housing and one which would not. Interestingly, option 3, the council's preferred option, is conveniently omits all mention of the site, a bit like this Labour administration's approach over the past 2 years, silence. I was initially hopeful, following a change to the political leadership of the council in May 23, that this site would be an important feature of Regulation 18, not a brush it under the carpet approach and hope the problem goes away unnoticed. I know from being in the previous administration that evidence for the viability of this site remains as is, was not taken seriously. The most recent Reg 18 consultation gave me no confidence that the Chatham Docks site was being carefully considered, with the possibility to remain employment land only. Instead, regardless of a change of political leadership, the Council's position, remarkably, does not appear to have changed. This is why I brought this motion forward now, well at the beginning of the year, with January's meeting being the only real opportunity since the end of the consultation in September 24. In June, it will be too late, as the plan will be in draft form and we all know major changes cannot be made. The businesses and workers and families at Chatham Docks, rightly so, feel incredibly let down. Many will have voted for this administration based on the clear message prior to the election. Statements such as, "We will fight tooth and nail," and standing out shoulder to shoulder on protests here at this very chamber. Finally, to address the Labour member statements, including that of the MP for Chatham and Aylesford, that this is a private dispute, then I'll remind you of Councillor Maple's comments that Medway Council has the power to protect Chatham Docks from closure. Land designation at this site is the key argument. This motion calls for consideration to be given to retaining the employment land status of Chatham Docks, a piece of infrastructure most towns would give their right arm for. Let us not partake in self-sabotage, but instead support this motion to ensure that the full evidence-based work is carried out to make informed and correct decisions for now and for future generations. Mr. Mayor, I move this motion.
Thank you, Councillor. Mrs. Turpin, is that supported? Councillor Pearce, would you like to speak now or reserve the right to speak later?
Speak now, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I support and second this motion. When the Regulation 19 pre-submission draft local plan is presented to full council, I will consider this plan with an open mind and I will consider all options and recommendations based on the evidence provided. I would like to read to you what Councillor Curry said in June 2021 in a video on the Medway Labour Facebook page. Quote, "I've just come back from a visit to the Chatham Docks, met some of the people who work down there, visited some of the firms there and seen the amazing work that is actually going on. These are people who live and work locally and their stories are great to hear. And that whole industry down there is under threat at the moment because the council wants to build houses all over it. Upwards of 2,000 jobs could be at stake. We really need to do something about it. This is about sustainability as well, because living and working locally is great for the environment. The industry that goes on down there is mostly served by the sea, and using and bringing materials and taking goods out by ship is a much more sustainable and environmentally friendly way of working. So we're calling on Medway people to fight for Medway jobs and to keep those industries and to keep those businesses going in the future," end quote. Mr. Mayor, the elephant in the room here this evening is why has Medway Labour betrayed local people, betrayed local jobs and betrayed local businesses at Chatham Docks? Before the local election in May 2023, why did Medway Labour tell the electorate they are saving Chatham Docks when they don't appear to have followed through on that promise since taking power? Excuse me. The motion this evening is an opportunity to do something on Chatham Docks and to stand up for working people, the people who built the Labour Party and also the people who built these Medway towns. And before Councillor Maple or anyone else says this is a disagreement between private businesses, I would like to read to you what Councillor Maple said in November 2019. Quote, "Medway Council has the power to protect Chatham Docks from closure, and in doing so say categorically that they will protect local businesses and local jobs over outside interests, end quote. The key thing here is the designation of the site for employment land in the local plan. This is the fundamental issue. And no wonder, Mr. Mayor, that the public are completely fed up when politicians say one thing in opposition and then do the complete opposite when in power. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Pearce. Before we move to debate, I would like our monitoring officer, Bhupinder Gill, to address members on this motion. Bhupinder?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As the Council's monitoring officer, I've provided advice verbally and in writing to all members. I shall not repeat the totality of that advice tonight. In summary, it is my opinion this motion should not be debated now, and the matter ought to be considered at the June meeting when the draft local plan will be considered. To have a debate in advance of that meeting would increase the risk of legal challenge to the draft local plan, because challenges may be brought on the basis of predetermination and or bias. I've recently shared the advice of King's Counsel with all members, who has advised that I should allow the matter to be debated if pressed. He has further advised it is highly desirable that all members now refrain from communications about the local plan until their opportunity to do so at that deliberative meeting that must be conducted with all members of the council having demonstrably not closed their minds, which, were it to occur, would be contrary to their decision-making duties. When the substantive motion is put to the vote, I advise members to vote against the motion to avoid having a council decision being made prematurely in advance of proper consideration of the local plan. Any such vote should be cast on the basis that they are not making a determination on the land use, but are rejecting the motion because the proper time for that debate on land uses will be on consideration of the draft local plan in a few weeks' time and not now. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Bhupinder, for making that clear for everyone. I'm now going to open the floor for debate and going to start with Councillor Perfect.
Thank you, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and can I thank the Monitoring Officer for his advice. The Monitoring Officer gave advice to members in January that the risk of legal challenge to the local plan or its adoption would increase if we discussed this motion, and that the motion should be amended or not progressed. The meeting in January was adjourned whilst discussions took place in the Chamber. The motion was then held in abeyance whilst external legal advice was sought. The advice of the King's Counsel has been circulated to all members, and within its conclusion, the King's Counsel advises that we should not discuss the motion, and as members we should reserve our positions until the local plan comes before us in a few weeks in June. On that basis, and following a discussion within the Conservative group, nobody from my group will be speaking to this motion, and we should not be discussing it tonight. We shall not be supporting the motion, and we will be abstaining on the basis that the time for discussing the local plan is at the June meeting. This is by no means a determination on land use, but rather a belief that we should have the proper discussion at that council meeting, following the advice to the same effect from the Monitoring Officer. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Perfect. Councillor Curry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to the Monitoring Officer for his advice. I agree with what has been said by the leader of the Conservative group and fully respect the position that his group is taking on this issue. The Council has been without a local plan for 2 decades, with all the implications this has for our communities. The Reg 18 consultation responses are being considered by officers, and the local plan is due before the Council in June. We should not do anything which increases the risk of that plan being challenged in the courts. This side of the Chamber has also read the advice of King's Counsel, and we support the advice provided by the Monitoring Officer. King's Counsel has advised. The Council is now in the run-up to the crucial July 2025 local plan adoption meeting. It is highly desirable that all members now refrain from communications about the local plan until their opportunity to do so at that determinative meeting that must be conducted with all members of the Council having demonstrably not closed their minds, which, were it to occur, would be contrary to their decision-making duties. On this basis, no member of the Labour and Cooperative Group will be debating this motion tonight, and we will not be supporting it. We shall be voting against the motion so that we can demonstrably come to the June meeting with open minds. On this basis, Mr. Mayor, around about 50 members out of 59 will be not debating this motion, and 2 have already spoken. I move a procedural motion that the matter be put to the vote without further debate.
Thank you, Councillor Curry. Councillor Curry has moved a procedural motion that the vote be taken. This is covered in paragraph 11.6.2 in the Council rules. Is this supported? Given that 47 out of 55 councillors attending this meeting tonight are not willing to speak on this motion due to the risk of being excluded from contributing and voting on the local plan in June, I believe that this motion has been discussed adequately and we should move directly to the vote. Is the procedural motion that the vote be taken agreed? Back to the proposal, Councillor Mrs. Turpin.
Sorry, I was going to request a recorded vote, but I will speak again. It's very disappointing that debate is not going to take place this evening, as it has in the past. It would be interesting to hear what the Labour administration have got to say about this. And I think if there's going to be a lockdown on debate over a local plan, then that should have been timetabled. You know, at what point do we stop talking about the local plan? You know, is it 12 months ago, 24 months ago, 3 months before? You know, it's unacceptable that elected members are being restricted from having, you know, freedom of you know, being able to speak on this. It's totally unacceptable. We have been voted in to represent people. We all know that June will be too late, as I have learnt before in the past administration. We were told, do not worry, nothing's finalised yet, wait, and we waited and it was too late and the plan failed because of that. So, you know, this is why I brought it forward, to make sure that the work is done before that June date. So, you know, I give that warning to the administration that I hope the work is being done, and that is all I wanted to ensure happens. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mrs. Turpin. We're now voting on the motion before us on the paper. Councillor Maple?
Recorded vote, yeah.
Councillor Maple had indicated. Wait.
1 second, Councillor Maple has indicated that he wishes to speak.
I just wanted to thank the monitoring officer for his detailed response both tonight and throughout this process. It's important that we have every opportunity to ensure we don't have any legal challenge to this process. I note that 6 or more councillors have stood for a recorded vote. I welcome that. I think that's a helpful thing, so that if there is any challenge at any point, it can be very clear who has potentially predetermined their view by speaking tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Maple. I noticed 6 or more councillors standing up wishing to have a recorded vote. So now I'm going to call on the Chief Executive, Richard Hicks, to do the recorded vote. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. So, members, you are now voting on the motion as proposed by Councillor Mrs. Turpin. I will call each member in turn and I will ask whether you are voting for or against or abstaining. Councillor Anang. Councillor Barrett. Councillor Bowen. Councillor Brake. Councillor Brown. Councillor Campbell. Councillor Clark. Councillor Cook. Councillor Coombs. Councillor Crozer. Councillor Curry. Councillor Doe. Councillor Fern. Councillor Field. Councillor Filmer. Councillor Finch. Councillor Gilbourne. Councillor Golvin. Councillor Hackwell. The Deputy Mayor, Councillor Hammondishe. Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Halcroft Scott. Councillor Hubbard. Councillor Hine. Councillor Jackson. Councillor Joy. Councillor Kemp. Councillor Lamas. Councillor Lawrence. Councillor Mahill. Councillor Mandarakis. Councillor Maple. Councillor MacDonald. Yes. Councillor Murray. Councillor Mighton. Mr. Mayor. Councillor Nestorova. Councillor Patterson.
Against.
Councillor Peake. Councillor Pearce. Councillor Perfect.
Abstain.
Councillor Llewellyn Prenter.
Against.
Councillor Mark Prenter. Councillor Price. Councillor Sands. Councillor Shocker. Councillor Spalding. Councillor Spring.
Abstain.
Councillor Stamp. Councillor Tijan.
Abstain.
Councillor Mrs Turpin. Councillor Van Dyke. Councillor Bye. Councillor Wilding. And Councillor Williams. Mr. Mayor, the motion is lost.
The motion is lost. Moving on to the next motion, I now call upon Councillor Spalding to propose motion at item B.
I'm grateful and obliged, Mr. Mayor, and I'm grateful to Councillor Field for very promptly raising the Governor issues and to the Monitor Officer for his prompt response with advice that on this occasion I can completely concur with. Abbey Court Community Special School is a school for those aged 3 to 19 with severe, profound or multiple learning difficulties. I took up an invitation, as I understand many of my colleagues and members here did, to visit the school. Meeting with the head and touring facilities was eye-opening. It was also a little bit heartbreaking. And you're being told that facilities have been modernised over years, but that only applies and caters for ages up to 15. It's evident some facilities are cramped, inadequate, out of date. And although the staff and those connected with the school do their best, there is now an apparent urgent need to complete the modernisation of facilities so those pupils, aged 16 to 19, have the benefit of the same experience. It's put to me, a failure to modernise may see children transported out of area for their education. The advantages of modernisation, so there's a facility local, are clear. As pupils move through the years, they continue their education close to home, in surroundings and an environment they've grown accustomed to, thus providing a more settled and beneficial experience. There are long-term cost-benefit considerations. This administration has made it clear it's willing to spend to save. This is a policy I guardedly support where the circumstances are appropriate, and I submit this is an appropriate circumstance. I understand the financial cost of transporting a young person to facilities out of area and the cost of utilising those facilities is considerable. But that's not the only cost. How do you measure the cost of sending a vulnerable young person, someone who's going to be young adults, on a long journey to continue their education, far day in, day out? What's the cost to parents and relatives and carers? Now, the head teacher suggested a figure of 10 million. Now, recent reports suggest there is more than half that in unused Section 106 education contributions. There is apparently money being saved from Innovation Park Medway. Members, it would appear the money is available in one form or another. We have, it seems, the means. Tonight, members, you have the opportunity to provide the will. Hopefully, a political cross-party will. On issues like this, we should be completely united. That only leaves the way. And to that end, I submit to Council the following motion. And I quote, "This Council asks the Cabinet to commission a detailed report from officers following discussions between the portfolio holder for education and schools and the Abbey Court School as to what is required, along with cost, to allow this modernisation to take place with a view to utilising some of the significant cost savings from the changes to Innovation Park Medway to fund the same, or in alternative, organise and obtain alternative additional funding sources. So those children who are on their way to being young adults, aged 16 to 19, that require these educational services can continue their learning, their development locally in modern, safe, sensible, familiar surroundings. I invite all members to support this motion so we can combine the means, the will and the way to ensure those who most need our help as they become young adults can enjoy the best education experience in state-of-the-art facilities, not anywhere else, but here in Medway. Mr Mayor, I am obliged.
Thank you, Councillor Spalding. Is that supported? Councillor Mrs. Turpin, would you like to speak now or speak later?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Abbey Court School is very close to my heart, with my youngest son attending there and it being an outstanding, excellent provision. So I'm very happy to support this motion this evening. I've discussed the school with the head there, and I understand by September 2026, Abbey Court will be over capacity for children aged 16 to 19. Although this motion actually talks about modernisation, I believe officers agree that actually this needs to go further and that modernisation is not enough and actually a new build is required. But again, I support this motion because it requests officers to carry out a detailed report, which I think would then highlight this. It's important that we don't get to the situation that we were in back in sort of 2018 when parents had to start a lengthy campaign to ensure that a new secondary school was then eventually built, as they could see that capacity was going to be reached within a couple of years and that their children were not going to be able to get a place at that school. So again, I would ask that this is supported in the chamber tonight to ensure that that work can be carried out so that we have enough places for children in the coming years. There's a limited timescale to getting this work completed because they've got a 3-year growth plan. So by 2028, the school will be totally full, and the potential to use temporary classrooms in the Cliff Road site will be lost. We don't want to be reliant on Kent-wide places. Not only is it not appropriate to be sending our children out of area, but those places are also getting full to capacity. So we won't be able to just send children out of area to the neighbouring authority because they too don't have the places. I understand that the cost of providing a new school could be recovered would pay for itself within around 5 years because obviously we have to currently pay to send children out of area. There's also commissioning for the out of area, so the transport costs, all of that added together, we would be able to recover the costs of this school within around 5 years. And then finally, on safeguarding and health and safety matters, there's no medical facilities at the current site for 16 to 19-year-olds, so if they are unwell, they are unable to be able to lie out, which they can at the new site. Hoists are mobile, so again there's health and safety because not for the staff using them but also for the young people. It's much better if they're an integral part of the site. So I ask that members support this motion this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mrs. Turpin. I'm now going to open the floor for debate. Any member? Councillor Coombs.
Thank you, Mayor Nestrov. Abbey Court Community Special School is an outstanding local authority school, 4 times outstanding according to Ofsted. It has fantastic facilities, including a farm and, of course, Tonto, the simulation horse, which allows its pupils to take horse riding lessons. This has been possible because Abbey Court has had £24 million of capital investment over the past few years, the cost being met by a combination of council funds, SEND grant funding, some DFE funding and council borrowing. Of course, we want the highest quality provision for all children and young people, especially our most vulnerable. And whereas Councillor Spalding will have understandably been impressed and have enjoyed his visit to Abbey Court School and learned lots about that particular school, myself and senior officers have oversight of the big picture across the whole of Medway. You need to bear in mind that there are over 3,400 children and young people in Medway with education healthcare plans. And as a local authority, we commission and we are responsible for all of those children, whichever setting they might be in, not just the 200 some who are in Abbey Court Special School. So Abbey Court can't be considered in isolation. As portfolio holder, I'm already provided with detailed reports involving our SEND provision in Medway, and our overriding concern is to meet our statutory duty for all of those children. If we had endless resources, of course, we'd love to do it all. However, our current financial position means that we have to prioritise spending on those provisions that have the most urgent needs, settings which children in all of our wards will be attending. Of course, the needs of Abbey Court pupils are important, and I, along with the leader and senior officers, will maintain regular contact with staff at Abbey Court so that the school can be considered alongside all our other settings when determining our priorities to ensure we meet the needs of the more than 3,400 children with the HCPs in Medway.
Thank you, Councillor Coombs. Councillor Joy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Like Councillor Spalding, I've also visited Abbey Court School and also aware of all the funding that they've had over the last few years. Abbey Court has a school of 303 capacity, currently has 214 children, so there is further capacity within the school. Ideally, if we could convert the old building to more modern standards to meet modern requirements, we would be fully supportive of it. But as Councillor Coombs has just stated out, we also have, as a council and as members, we have a responsibility for every child in Medway, and especially every child within the HCP. The council also has a responsibility for a number of schools that are LEA run schools across Medway, and we currently get £700,000 a year condition funding. So if we were to take that 700k conditioning funding away from all the other schools, and unlike Councillor Spalding and some other councillors, I've also visited some of the other schools, and a lot of these schools are in dire need of funding to get them up to a state which is suitable for just the basics for our other children. We are currently and have been working on requiring the funding for the new school at the Cornwallis Avenue, and we need to continue pushing that. But at the moment, with regards to Abbey Court, the need is greater in other areas with children with EHCP, and dealing with a number of parents on that issue, I couldn't rightfully prioritise one group of children over another group of children. And yes, I think officers need to continue, and I know they will continue, to push for further funding so that we can get to a stage where this can be fully supported across this House. So on this occasion, I can't vote against this, but I can't prioritise this over other schools and other children. So we'll be abstaining on this matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Joy. Any other member? We don't have any other member wishing to speak, so I'm going to go back to Councillor Spalding.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's interesting that Councillor Joy and the Conservative group tell us that schools are in a dire situation. Well, giving the current Labour administration and Labour government the benefit of the doubt, we all know who's been in power for 14 years or so before then, particularly in this council and elsewhere. The purpose of this motion, if members would care to read it very carefully, is to commission a report. I'm not saying let's go out and spend it, and I'm grateful for the insight from Councillor Coombs and the detail on this, So the motion stands. I still propose it because what it is asking for is a report. I appreciate that may well cost some money to get that done, but it will give us the insight so that should cost savings arise and money be available, it can be then taken into account alongside everybody else that has been mentioned. So I'm grateful to Councillor Coombs and Councillor Joy for their contributions on this, but I remain proposing the motion. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Spalding. All those in favour of the motion? All those against?
No.
motion is lost, Mr. Mayor.
The motion is lost. The motion is lost. Now, members, before we continue, I'm going to announce a 5-minute comfort break. Thank you very much. 5 minutes. resume the full council meeting. Members, please go back to your seats. Okay, I resume the meeting. We continue with our motions, and our next motion is motion C. I call upon Councillor Pearce to propose a motion C.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. When the Regulation 19 pre-submission draft local plan is presented to full council, I will consider this plan with an open mind, and I will consider all options and recommendations based on the evidence provided. At a meeting of Medway Council on 7th of October 2021, the previous Conservative administration tabled a draft local plan but withdrew the agenda item due to a lack of political support and incomplete or missing evidence documentation. The missing documents and crucial evidence that underpins the draft plan, including the sustainability appraisal, strategic environmental assessment and habitats regulation assessment, was missing. The council was effectively being asked to put the cart before the horse and allocate sites for development in a plan without the fundamental evidence to demonstrate these sites were sustainable and not harmful to protected wildlife sites. This is particularly important for places like the Hoop Peninsula, where infrastructure is already at capacity, and unlike the urban Medway towns, we have several internationally and nationally protected wildlife sites that must be protected from direct or indirect harm from development. The situation was summed up very well by Councillor Simon Curry, who said at the meeting in October 2021, quote, "The leadership of this council has lost the confidence of us, their own members and the public in being able to produce a plan. The Chief Executive at the start of this very meeting said that detailed pieces of work and analysis on the local plan had still to be done, and yet we were supposed to be debating it tonight and the work had not been done. So what are we going to do and what are we going to debate tonight? An unfinished plan? That is quite ridiculous and almost comical in its approach to this council, and it's insulting to the rest of us and the people of Medway. They were prepared to bring an unfinished plan to us here this evening." Councillor Curry continued by saying, quote, "So I've got 3 questions. Firstly, can the local plan please come to the overview and scrutiny committees with all the associated documents so that we as councillors on both sides of the chamber can debate and discuss it in detail and the public can be made aware of all the documentation? Secondly, can we please have a local plan that is sound and ready for decision making by the Secretary of State before it comes anywhere near us?" End quote. I completely agree with Councillor Curry, but I very much hope we won't experience Groundhog Day in the coming months with the new administration, where they will bring forward a rushed and half-baked draft local plan not fit for public scrutiny or examination by the inspector. And that's why I'm tabling the motion this evening, members. I very much hope a full and complete local plan proposition will be presented to this council very soon, and we must do things properly and we must follow due process. The evidence that supports draft plans is more important than the plan itself, because you can't have a plan without the evidence to support it. And both the evidence and the plan must be consulted together at the same time. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Pearce. Is that supported? Councillor Mrs. Turpin, would you like to speak now?
I'll speak now, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll be brief, you'll be pleased to know. We've deliberately kept this motion quite simple with the hope of cross-party support. I would have hoped to have gone a bit further and request within this motion that the local plan and supporting documents are released earlier than the usual sort of 1 week that council papers are normally released, as this is not sufficient to read such a lengthy and important document. So I'd like consideration for that. I know Councillor Etheridge has previously called for the local plan and the supporting documents to go through overview and scrutiny committees, which has been agreed in the past. and also a request to ensure that the draft local plan should show existing planning permissions alongside proposed sites, because that didn't happen in the last draft that was released. It's important to see that so that you know, ward councillors can see exactly what's going into their areas and can show the growth for their ward. So thank you. I support the motion.
Thank you, Councillor. Mrs. Turpin. I open the floor for debate. Councillor Curry.
Thank you very much, Mayor Nestroff, and I'd like to thank Councillor Pearce for his motion, only because it's actually highlighting the sheer volume of work done by our amazing planning team to get us to this stage at this point. It's not been easy, and there have been a lot of hurdles to block our progress along the way. However, we all recognise the need for a local plan for Medway. I will not make any reference to the details of the emerging draft plan, as this is a matter for the meeting in June. As I say, we all understand the sheer volume of work that goes behind the development of a local plan, the policies, the development of the strategic assessments, the planning issues that go alongside it. All of them will be governing the future of Medway for the next 15 years and probably belong, leaving a legacy for this council to be very proud of. However, we must understand also that things are subject to change. The world moves on quite quickly from one authority to the next, and times change. So our strategic assessments documents need to be flexible enough to show how this takes place. For example, we know that we have to protect our environment. As Councillor Pearce highlighted, we've got some hugely important areas for birds on the North Kent marshes. However, hopefully sooner than we think, we will be having an UNESCO World Heritage Site in our area for the East Coast Flyway. That will change policies and that will change the way we approach that area, and we're looking forward to that. We know that we're going to need more sports facilities and pitches as our population grows. But we still don't know how much, so we have to be flexible in understanding how that development progresses with time. We also know that congestion and the capacity of our roads is a serious problem right now, and future development is only going to add to that unless we have proper transport policies reflecting the changing way we move around into the future. So we have habitats regulation assessments, we have a playing pitch strategy, and we have infrastructure development plans, just to name 3 of those things in that list, all part of this complex planning approach, and all of them having to understand the changes that we're expecting and be flexible enough to cope with those changes. To ask us to set them in stone now is simply a misunderstanding of how we deliver a local plan. We have statements of common ground with Natural England, and we have a statement of common ground with Sport England on these issues. We have already been in consultation with the local plan inspectorate about the critical components of the local plan evidence base, and we are in exactly the right place where we need to be at this stage. This motion is simply an impractical and perhaps somewhat naive way of looking at a complex process which will evolve and change throughout the 15-year lifespan of our local plan, and I ask colleagues to vote against it.
Thank you, Councillor Curry. There is no other member wishing to speak. Councillor Spalding.
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor. And let me be clear, when it comes to local plan, I do have an open mind. I look forward to seeing the draft document along with all the supporting evidence for each and every proposal therein. As Councillor Curry quite rightly alludes to, a local plan is a complex document covering differing aspects, many of which will no doubt overlap, and one cannot truly make a decision until one has seen the whole draft document. I trust when that document comes forward, it will be proofread and not begin as disastrously as the previous one did when it advised the population in Medway was set to rise from a few 100,000 to a few 100 million, 1.1.10. Not the previous administration's finest hour, if indeed it had one. Right up until the draft local plan is published, it's my opinion on this motion and the previous one, it's not unreasonable for interested parties, and that includes elected members, to make suggestions based upon perceptions, observations and matters already in the public domain. Further thought, consideration is always desirable. That said, I have a few concerns on this with the particular wording, because a completed and final may be a little bit tight. Therefore, whilst I support the principle of this that's been brought by Councillor Pearce, in this case I will be abstaining on this motion, but for the reasons I've given earlier, I believe it's open to every member to basically fully consider and think about how they vote on each motion. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Spalding. No one else, so back to Councillor Pearce. Back to the proposal of the motion. Councillor Pearce.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Not much to add, but just to confirm that I will be moving a recorded vote on this motion. Thank you.
Do we have 6 councillors for recorded vote? Six councillors have indicated that they wish a recorded vote, so I'm going to call on the Chief Executive to do the recorded vote. Richard.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. So, members, you are voting on the motion in front of you. I'll call each member in turn, and I will ask you to vote for or against or to abstain. Councillor Anag. Councillor Barrett. Councillor Bowen. Councillor Brake. Councillor Brown. Councillor Campbell. Councillor Clark. Councillor Cook. Councillor Coombs. Councillor Crozer. Councillor Curry. Councillor Doe. Councillor Fern. Councillor Field. Councillor Filmer. Councillor Finch. Councillor Gilmore. Councillor Gold. Councillor Hapwell. Mr. Deputy Mayor. Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Halcroft Scott.
Against.
Councillor Hubbard.
Against.
Councillor Hine. Councillor Jackson. Councillor Joy. Councillor Kemp. Councillor Lamas. Councillor Lawrence. Councillor Mayhew. Councillor Mandarakis. Councillor Maple.
Against.
Councillor MacDonald.
Against.
Councillor Murray.
Against.
Councillor Mighton. Mr. Mayor. Councillor Nestorova. Councillor Patterson. Councillor Peake. Councillor Pearce. Councillor Perfect. Councillor Llewellyn Prenter. Councillor Mark Prenter. Councillor Price. Councillor Sands. Councillor Shocker. Councillor Spalding. Councillor Spring. Councillor Stamp.
Against.
Councillor Tejab. Councillor Mrs. Turpin. Councillor Van Dyke. Councillor Bye. Councillor Wiley. Councillor Williams. We will just check the numbers, members. Mr. Mayor, members, the motion is lost. Thank you.
The motion is lost. We are moving on to motion D. And now we'll call upon Councillor Finch to propose the motion D.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Colleagues, today I bring forward a motion that is simple in its intent, but potentially transformative in its outcome. The introduction of a collaborative case management system for ward work. This may appear to be about internal processes, but at its core, it's about delivering better service to the residents we represent. I've worked in the IT sector, specifically in websites and big data, for over 30 years. In that time, I've seen how digital tools, when designed well and used properly, can vastly improve efficiency, save time and provide better service to the end user. Now, having recently been elected, I've seen firsthand how councillors here are trying to deliver for their communities with one hand tied behind their backs. We are expected to manage complex, sensitive and often time-critical issues on behalf of residents, yet the main tool we're given to do this is Outlook. Outlook is a communication tool, not a case management system. It lacks proper tracking, tagging, collaboration features, or even basic visibility when multiple councillors are working in the same ward. And this is a cross-party issue. Most wards have more than one councillor, often from the same group, but in wards like Rochester East and Warren Wood, we have a mixed group, 2 Reform and 1 Labour. Now, while I won't turn this into a political point, I will simply say that in the absence of proactive collaboration, the lack of shared systems only makes it harder to deliver consistent and joined-up responses to residents. The solution? A lightweight, secure and easy-to-use collaborative system. This doesn't need to be expensive. It could build on systems we already have or use tools that many organisations already deploy successfully. Something as simple as shared walled inboxes, searchable logs and basic case tagging could dramatically improve our workflow and consistency. There are many open source or even Microsoft Office applications that we already license that would incur no additional cost. And to be clear, this is not about more bureaucracy, it's about saving time. Imagine having access to a searchable knowledge base of past responses, issues logged, progress tracked, so we're not reinventing the wheel every time a resident writes in. The council is currently talking about Medway 2.0, but when it comes to councillor support, we haven't even reached Medway 1.0. This motion is a step in the right direction, a step that shows residents we're serious about being efficient, responsive and collaborative. Crucially, we will work hand in hand with Paul and his team to scope this properly and cost effectively. It's about enabling councillors of all parties to do our jobs better for the benefit of the people we serve. This is a pragmatic, non-political and future-facing motion. I hope you'll support it today. Just to close, I want to reiterate a few concerns that may understandably be on the members' minds. First, you may be thinking this sounds complex, too costly, or that we already have Outlook. But let's be clear, this motion is not asking for a shiny new system or big spend. It's asking officers to explore practical, low-cost ways to help us work better together and respond faster to residents. It's about making smarter use of the tools we already have access to, whether it's shared mailboxes, collaborative logs, or simple tagging systems. There are low-cost, high-impact improvements that can be rolled out with minimal disruption. Second, this proposal doesn't force councillors to change how they work. It supports those who want to work more collaboratively. It will help when councillors in the same ward, especially those from different parties, can align their efforts. That's not politics, that's public service. We already have the skills in Medway to make this happen. What we need now is a will to use those skills better. And finally, I want to be clear. This motion isn't about one ward or one party. It isn't a Reform UK idea, Labour idea or a Conservative idea. It's a Medway idea. It's about equipping all of us, regardless of background or party, to serve our residents better, more efficiently, more transparently and with greater continuity. This solution benefits us all, regardless of political group, and more importantly, benefits the residents of Medway. I urge you to support this motion. It's common sense, cost-effective, and it puts residents first. This is about using technology smarter, not spending more. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I propose to move this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Finch. Is that supported? Councillor Vai, would you like to speak now or reserve the right to speak later?
I reserve the right to speak later. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. I open the floor for debate. Any member? Councillor Maple.
Thank you very much, Mayor Nesterov. And, well, I guess my first question, I won't be supporting the motion tonight, and I'll tell you why in the next 2.5 minutes. There's several reasons. But my biggest concern, ultimately, is whether Councillor Finch's party leader, under his ridiculous idea that every council needs a Doge, would be scrapping this idea even if we voted for it tonight. I hope he wouldn't, because actually the decisions about Medway Council or any other council should be for the elected representatives and not some ridiculous harebrained scheme borrowed from Elon Musk and Donald Trump. On the matter in front of us today, I would say 3 or 4 quick things. I look around this chamber, and I know there are members in this room who hate technology. And actually, they know who they are. So actually, this system wouldn't be for them. And actually, if you look at the brilliant, I'd encourage all councillors from all parties and none. If you look at the LGA casework handbook for councillors, that is brilliant. That gives you all the tools you need. And again, yet another good reason why we should always be a member of the Local Government Association. It's an important organisation and supports all politics across local government. So those resources are there. Politics matters. So certainly before July, I had people writing to me, and of course the common practice is that, of course, where perhaps somebody will write to a councillor and they're from another ward, you'll pass it on. But sometimes explicitly, particularly when you had an administration and a government of the same party, they will go, I don't want to deal with them. So actually that's perfectly acceptable. That's fine. And that probably is happening today. If there's someone from Chatham Central and Brompton that doesn't want to deal with a Labour representative, they're absolutely reasonable for them to go somewhere else. And I'd say this as well. There have been, I've been a councillor 18 years. There's been examples where, cross-party ward representation has been cordial. I think about the relationship between Chrissy Stamp and Wendy Purdy. And there are other examples where it definitely hasn't been. I won't mention any names, but people will know who I may be talking about. So, and that's fine. Again, those working relationships are fine. So, of course, there will be examples where people will want councillors to work together. We've all heard it on the doorsteps. Why can't you all work together? Well, we do a lot of the time. Sometimes we don't. Sometimes, actually, it's completely appropriate, not least because of GDPR purposes, that we're not sharing information. So I'd encourage everybody to look at the LGA workbook. I'll probably share a link if I can get the technology to work, but we won't be supporting this motion tonight. Thank you, Mayor Nesterov.
Thank you, Councillor Maple. Councillor Wamas.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate your not supporting the motion. I wasn't massively persuaded by your points there. I think sometimes people get too bogged down in this. I don't think this motion is aimed at fundamentally changing the relationships between councillors and people and all that kind of stuff. I was quite surprised when I first got elected that there wasn't a IT system for ward work. Members of Parliament use a brilliant system called Caseworker. And, I have printed papers. Even though I'm younger, I hate technology. So I'm not wanting everything to be digital. But there is a solution out there that uses email addresses built in. And it is very simple to use. And I've I don't know, probably onboarded 30 staff members over 8 years onto this system. And they all found it operable day one. It's like an iPad. It's intuitive. It's very good. And I actually spoke, Alex Hine and I spoke to Caseworker when we first got elected, and they did give us a quote, actually. I know there are some solutions out there that other councils use, some that are bespoke, that cost thousands, and they have ticket systems, and, it duplicates work streams. This doesn't. The solution I am fully rehearsed in is one that actually uses email. So from an officer perspective, you just still get an email in the same way, but the way the information is managed and the experience and the ability to track information from the council's perspective is great. So I'm in full support of this motion. I don't know if collaborative case management system in capitals is a particular system. I'm not aware of that, but I know of IT solutions out there that do exist that would be brilliant and allowed ward members to track on a Google Maps where all their cases are, lead times, set reminders for themselves so they can track response times from officers, and all in a way in which works within the existing infrastructure that the council already operates in at a very low cost level. So I think this is a pragmatic motion. I take it on face value. I'm very pleased to support the solution.
Thank you, Councillor Lamas. Councillor MacDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I speak today with great interest in this motion, not because I agree with it, but because it's a shining example of how we can overcomplicate something as straightforward as doing your role, doing your job as a councillor. Let's just take a breath and look at what we're actually talking about tonight. Introducing a collaborative case management system to help us do ward work. Let's be honest, most councillors already know how to do their casework. We speak to residents, we follow up with officers, we keep notes, and some of us even manage to do it without losing sleep or our sanity. No bit of software is going to teach someone how to care, and if a councillor can't keep track of who emailed them last week without needing a dashboard, then perhaps the problem isn't the technology. We don't need a new platform to do our role. We need common sense, good relationships with officers, and a bit of old-fashioned elbow grease. Let's keep things simple, efficient, and taxpayer-friendly. We've already got Outlook, phones, pens, notepads, and more experience in this chamber than any IT consultant can code into a system. I suggest the answer to good casework isn't a shiny new digital system. It's the willingness to engage, follow up, and actually do the work. So let's politely say thanks but no thanks and maybe spend that money fixing the actual issues our residents care about. If someone needs help, I don't think the deciding factor in getting it fixed is whether I can tag the case with a little colour-coded flag. The truth is, it's not about the system, it's about the councillor. A motivated, responsive councillor could do the casework with a pencil and a napkin. A disengaged one could be handed the most expensive platform on earth and still forget to follow it up. And that brings me to our friends in the Reform Party. I have to say, I also nearly dropped my coffee, as the leader did when I saw them back in this. Surely this is everything they stand against, spending public money on something shiny, digital, and frankly unnecessary. I was expecting a speech about waste and common sense, not a product demo. So look, I get that some people want tools, but let's not pretend this is the silver bullet for better casework. The best tool is still good judgment, local knowledge, and a decent work ethic. Let's save the money, resist the urge to invent solutions for problems that don't exist, and trust councillors to do what they were elected to do, not outsource it to an app. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor MacDonald. Councillor Perfect.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I don't have a lot further to say, actually, than what Councillor Lamas summarised. But look, the Conservative Group are always happy to look at new and innovative ways to drive local democracy and engagement, and are content to support the motion, which would see officers carry out investigations into a new casework management system. I second everything that the Leader of the Council said about the Local Government Association, and I know through the work of the Improvement and Innovation Board, led by my friend, our fantastic Deputy Leader of the Conservative Group at the LGA, Abby Brown, is doing lots of innovative work around casework and also new systems for councillors as well. So we're very much happy to support the motion brought forward by Councillor Finch. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Perfect. Councillor Luewa Prenter.
Thank you, Mayor. As the Leader mentioned, this motion does appear to be in contradiction to the ideals of the group the proposer belongs to. Only recently their leader reported to be suggested a British equivalent of Doge by cutting what is, in their view, excess council spending, which in reality, of course, would no doubt impact vital services for residents. I agree that effective case management is essential for ward councillors to support residents who need it. However, this is already being managed day in, day out by sitting councillors all across this chamber, using the tools that are already available to us, without the need to spend additional public money that the council can ill afford on it. I would also like to reassure residents of Medway that the council's IT systems already ensure that information is secure and protected, in case there was any doubt based on the wording of the motion. As councillors representing people from all sections of our wonderful Medway community, the casework we receive can be often complicated and huge in numbers. However, with good organisational skills and some practice, I would hope that the proposing group would be able to manage, particularly for the residents of Rochester East and Warren Wood. However, for those residents, I would say do not worry, because Councillor Murray is already getting on with it. The spending of public money on this sort of venture is frankly unnecessary, particularly when there is far greater need elsewhere, and as I've said, money that is not surplus. We don't have this excess money that they seem to think they can spend. In fact, this is the very thing that councillors' allowances are intended to be used for. Let's not forget it's an allowance, not a salary. Perhaps Mayor Nesterov, the company that the group who brought this motion are part of, could fund it for them, rather than expect the people of Medway to pay to make their life easier. This is why I will be voting against this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Luella-Prenta. Councillor Mrs. Turpin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wasn't actually going to speak on this item tonight, but I'm so surprised at such strong opposition that's coming forward to this motion and the rudeness that's followed it, especially for a new councillor's first motion, which is quite a daunting thing. I'm just flabbergasted. Do we actually know how much it would cost before we sort of just oppose it for that reason? I think it would be worth looking into, because I agree with Councillor Lammas that, you know, there are tools out there that could help us with our job, and you know, I'm pleased that members, Labour members, are very, you know, can adequately do their role and, you know, find it very easy and can do it with a pencil and a paper. But, you know, with all goodwill in the world, it's not actually that straightforward to just follow things up, and it would be very helpful to have a tool. We all know that things can be easily forgotten. We're all very busy people, and we don't ever deliberately not answer a resident's email, but it's not that straightforward. You don't just answer an email, job done. It takes, you know, we have to chase things up with officers, we have to have things come back. There's often two, you know, things going backwards and forwards. So to have an item, you know, have a tool at our hands that would help with that job, I think would, you know, I'm really surprised that we would want to just not even consider it. It's unbelievable. But anyway, I certainly support this motion tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mrs. Turpin. Councillor Mandarakis.
So, whilst I can agree with the premise that effective casework is the bedrock of my council work, I've never found Outlook to be insufficient to handle this. I'm happy to embrace technology and innovation, but only that which is cost effective and is fixing an actual issue. Also feel exceptionally strongly against a collaborative casework system. So much of my ward work is extremely personal and sensitive, and those stories are shared with me based on report building across the ward and with those particular people. Aside from that, I also feel that it actually breaches GDPR. We can't share people's data with other councillors, can't share cases that are sent to us across groups, even across this group. But I would say that Councillor Lammas is correct. I use casework on a daily basis, and it is a brilliant system. We're uploading around 150 cases a week within the office, though, and at that volume, a dedicated system is necessary. I can't speak for other members in here, but I have nowhere near that volume as a councillor. So the system of using Outlook seems to be working. I also think that in using casework in our day job, managing the uploading to casework and things, it's an entire work stream in itself. So I think a system like that actually creates an extra job for us all. And agree with Councillor MacDonald's point around the fact that actually effective council casework is done through relationship building with both residents and officers, and a fancy IT system isn't going to help us to manage that process. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Mandarakis. Councillor Spaulding.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The first question I would ask on this is this the right time with a local government reorganisation coming up? Perhaps this is something that, given we have experts on casework or an LGA and everything else, this is something that perhaps any new, larger unitary authority should be considering, and not perhaps Medway at this moment. As a single ward member, I don't have the benefit of a group, and all right, I don't have to worry about, you know, speaking to anybody else in my ward, but I do have the interesting title of All Saints. And Councillor Maple's already picked up on it. The number of emails I have forwarded to Councillor Maple, Councillor Gurung and Councillor Amisham, and I forgive her, forgive me for mispronouncing the name, because people have immediately assumed I'm their counsellor. It's quite simple. It comes to me, I send the reply to the person that sent it, and I copy them in with please pick this up. One of them will do so. If it is urgent, I pick up the phone. Very, very simple. On my own items, I have a diary, a to-do list. I can manage my case stuff quite regularly and quite well. And again, it's not just on the All Saints thing, and I take the point about Councillor Maple made about perhaps someone doesn't want to speak to you. Recently, somebody who knew I was a councillor has a problem, and it happens to be in Strood Rural. So I contact the Strood Rural councillors, and Councillor Turpin pings it back and say, yes, I will be in touch with them today. And one of the things about cross-party working or cross-councillor working, regardless of which party we are, if we've got something that concerns us, whether it's overview and scrutiny committee or, for instance, it's the ward next door, the number of times I've picked the phone up to Councillor Pearce, or he's picked the phone up and said, we need to look at this because it's important. We do not need a system that pings it up and says, by the way, you've got to speak to him. That's duplication of work. Oh, goody, I've got an email. Half the time, it is better to actually pick the phone up, have a chat, than ping 69 instant messages back and everything else. So I don't think this is the right time. The right time would be for any new local authority coming in. I appreciate the sentiment behind it, and of course, Councillor Finch does, as he states, have background in this industry, and I'm sure it'd be useful to be going forward. But I find that, can we really justify the cost and the input on that and the council officers' time at a time when they are going to have other pressing things to do? I don't think so. So regrettably, and I do say regrettably, as it's his first motion, I will not be supporting it for the reasons stated. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Spalding. There are other members indicating that they wish to speak, but we have reached the limit of all groups. So we're going to go back to the second, Councillor Vai.
Yeah, thank you there, Mr. Mayor. I don't have actually anything to say about it now. Other members in here have basically covered what I was going to say. So thank you very much there, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Vai. Councillor Finch, back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It seems like people have already predetermined in their own minds that this is going to cost a lot. I've actually said in the motion that this is to investigate using tools that we already have, or tools that are open source and freely available. I can see this being minimal cost. And also the administration, it seems like they didn't listen to any of that, my speech beforehand, because they all had their pre-written responses. If you had listened to it, you would have seen that I would have covered most of those points. It's not about internal processes, and it's not about how we actually deliver efficiency to our residents. It's about individual members' working practices. I would actually prefer a tool there where I knew exactly what was going in, what was coming out. I could refer to it, and I can always go back to see what I've done to check. I've currently got about 120 folders in my Outlook at the moment, and it is getting unmanageable. A case management system would alleviate some of that issue. Going back on the Reform UK thing from the leader of the council, Reform UK stands for cutting wasteful spending. I totally agree with you, but it doesn't stand for standing still. I'm confident that there are very low cost or even existing license solutions out there that could be deployed without any additional burden on our taxpayers. As someone with professional experience, I'd be happy to support a pilot scheme at minimal or no cost. This is about using technology smarter and not spending more. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Finch. All those in favour of the motion? Okay. All those against?
The motion is lost, Mr. Mayor.
The motion is lost. The motion is lost. Moving on to our final motion for this evening, I call upon Councillor Warrants to propose motion at item F.
The final but the best, Mr Mayor, I think. Mr Mayor, I have a simple question for this Labour administration and for Councillor Patterson, the portfolio holder. What are you doing to repair the potholes that are blight on Medway and the #1 concern for our residents? Where is the plan that you campaigned on in the 23 local elections that made many and so far unfulfilled promises to the residents of Medway? Where are the innovative ideas and thinking that you promised that would make Medway a better place to live? Well, let me answer. There was no plan. It was a fantasy concocted to get yourselves in control of the council. And after 2 years of Labour administration, the only good news stories are the many projects started by the previous Conservative administration completing since May 23, and which Councillor Maple likes to take the credit for. Nowhere is the failure of the administration starker than getting on top of what is now a pothole crisis. The table in the motion is a stark reminder of the failure. I hope, Councillor Patterson, that you are embarrassed by the reduction not only in budget, but also in the repairs that have been completed in the last year. If resources are a problem, why hasn't Councillor Maple resent his infamous £50 million repair bill letter to Angela Rayner to plead for more resources for pothole and carriageway repairs? Or was his original letter just an opportunistic campaigning moment? In the Labour administration's first year, based on a budget passed by the outgoing Conservative administration, the council repaired 16,000 potholes. This is a recent record and set an example to the incoming administration on what could be achieved with limited finance. In the second year of this administration, with resources agreed by the administration's cabinet, Councillor Patterson reduced the budget for pothole repairs and only managed to repair 4,000 potholes at the date set out in the motion, despite receiving an extra £400,000 from the Conservative government for that exact purpose. Residents tell me that they do not understand what is so hard about dealing with the issue. They see patch on top of old patch, resurfacing of short lengths of carriageway when a longer resurfacing would be less inconvenient to road users and surely more cost effective than coming back months later to complete the inevitable resurfacing. They see vehicles swerving large potholes to avoid damage to their cars, or even worse, unpredictable and dangerous braking. Hempstead Valley Drive is an example in point, an important economic asset with over 5 million visitors per year, handling traffic of all types, including deliveries for the centre, buses, coaches and cars. Last year, there was a partial resurfacing at the roundabout between Sharsted Way and Hempstead Valley Drive, but did not include the equally bad worn carriageway down to the Hungry Horse roundabout. In May, there will be more work on Hempstead Valley Drive, but again, only partial resurfacing and patching to repair large and dangerous potholes in the vicinity of the exit from the Marks & Spencer's car park. I'm sure this is a story repeated across the authority. Where is the strategic approach to repairs around key assets in the authority that are vital to the economic well-being of Medway? Improving Medway as a place to live, work and learn should be one of our most important priorities. The council needs to invest in solutions to finding and plotting where the potholes are, undertake rapid repairs and be more strategic when considering the repairs that need to be undertaken. There is a £5 million underspend on buying new refuse trucks, which could be vied for investment in systems such as the Blackpool Project Amber, which has been proving its worth since 2020. Now, I'm not standing here to make out that potholes are a recent issue. This has been such a long-standing problem that some of the potholes in Hempstead have actually been graffitied. We should acknowledge the pothole crisis is also a symptom of our broken local government finance that fails to deliver for residents and their priorities. Our motion has a clear and simple ask. It's time for the administration to raise its game and start making progress in dealing with the pothole crisis. If the administration is not up to the job, maybe Angela should consider calling in the army. I beg to move.
Thank you, Councillor Warrants. Is that supported? Councillor Hackwell, would you like to speak now?
No, I reserve my right.
Reserved for later. Okay. I open the floor for debate. Councillor Curry.
I'd like to give way to Councillor Patterson, if I may.
Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Mayor Nesterov. As is so often the case, this opposition is so lacking in self-awareness after years of papering over the cracks that they put forward another motion which does more to demonstrate why they should never again be trusted with Medway taxpayers' money than I could have written myself. Not everyone necessarily understands the difference between pothole repairs, resurfacing and proactive maintenance, or the impact that has on the way the repair work is funded and audited. But it's not unreasonable to hope that councillors who were given an extensive cross-party briefing on the subject just a few weeks ago might have paid sufficient attention to grasp that this administration is under no illusions about the scale of the problem on Medway's roads after 2 decades of Tory failure and short-termism. We reject their failed whack-a-mole approach to highway maintenance because when the people of Medway see a pothole today, there's a good chance that it's there because of a failure to properly maintain the road surface long before May the 4th, 2023. That clearly doesn't mean that we can ignore Tory potholes, but it does make it rather ironic that the opposition would choose to highlight tonight not only their decades of failure, but also the naked electioneering demonstrated by their motion in the spike in pothole repairs as polling day loomed. Pothole repairs are a measure of past failure, not success. We can do better. This year, funding from the Department for Transport is being spent on major pieces of resurfacing on Priority 1 sites showing physical signs of deterioration, including Hempstead Valley Drive, but also New Road Avenue Chatham, the Brook, Star Hill and High Street Rochester, Watling Street and Medway Road Gillingham, Cornwallis Avenue, the Ridgeway, Studley Avenue and High Street Brompton. Not short-term fixes, but quality works which will stand the test of time. In quoting notional mid-year forecast underspends as real money available to spend, the motion is at best ill-informed and at worst deliberately misleading. While some additional savings were made in the highways budget, including £300,000 from street lighting energy, in fact, there was an overspend of £246,000 on carriageway patching. Individual defects will of course continue to be recorded, but when it comes to repairs, our new approach means clusters of, for example, 10 defects spread over an area of 25 square metres are counted as one repair, not 10. That the number of individual potholes repaired may therefore be less is an indication of better repairs, not fewer potholes fixed. While that fact is inconvenient for those hankering for a return to the bad old days of quick, cheap and nasty fixes, our approach is better for roads, better for drivers and a better use of Medway Council taxpayers' money.
Thank you, Councillor Patterson. Councillor Brake.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will, in fact, be supporting the motion that has been put forward tonight, and I do so in the knowledge that only this week a local resident wrote to me, and he explained that he'd actually given up trying to approach Medway Council direct, and indeed the portfolio holder responsible for this particular area. Potholes, of course, is what we're talking about. And my response to that local resident was to explain that there was indeed a motion to be put forward at tonight's meeting, requesting, amongst other things, and I quote, paragraph 2, that is on page 32, the portfolio holder publishes a detailed plan within 30 days setting out to residents of Medway how he intends...
That's a point of order.
Being referred to by Councillor Brake by name, or at least by my portfolio brief, regarding a nameless resident who claims to have had unsuccessful correspondence with me. In your response to that resident, did you point out that the portfolio holder is not the point of contact to report a pothole? That's an operational matter. We set the policy, so if you are leading them to the misapprehension that reporting of potholes goes to portfolio holders, then you don't understand being a councillor nearly as much as I thought you might.
Back to Councillor Brake.
Mr. Mayor, it sounds as though I've got to go smack, smack, smack. Well, sorry, Councillor, but I will not be going smack, 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 and I will continue where I was stopped and interrupted by yourself, because I've been dealing with a resident, and just like other councillors this evening, I know what's going on in my ward and the people who contact me, and I know how concerned they are. However, as I was saying, paragraph 2 on page 32 says the portfolio holder publishes a detailed plan within 30 days, setting out to residents of Medway how he intends to fully utilise the resources available to the council, preferably with clear targets for the number of potholes and carriageway repairs to be undertaken in 2025-2026. Now, to me, should the opposition vote against this motion, I believe it will clearly set out that the Labour group, and indeed the portfolio holder, and his approach to the problem of potholes is in fact not being responded to councillors and indeed local residents across Medway, which continues to be raised, as I say, by local residents and gives them great cause for concern. So, as I say, Mr. Mayor, I in fact will be supporting this motion. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Brake. Councillor Curry.
Thank you very much, Mayor Nesterov. I'd like to give my thanks to Councillor Lawrence, probably done it other times as well, for so eloquently demonstrating how badly let down we have been by the previous administration at national and local level when it comes to our critical infrastructure. And looking at the stats, actually, if we're looking at the stats, 20 years of failure is a good stat to start with. But I think also our website demonstrates that over the last 2 years, we've actually filled more potholes than they ever did. So I think we need to be careful about what we do with stats there. But I think we're doing much more than that, actually. We're delivering for Medway's people in so many ways now when it comes to our roads and our transport, our Healthier, Safer Streets programme, red routes, which are knocking congestion on their head in key places, and the bus times, efficiency times have gone up in those areas. We're looking at safer school streets now, where the congestion around some of our schools is dropped to 0, and the parents are delighted, and the children are getting a lot better, healthier lifestyle as a consequence. We are delivering on key pieces of our sort of plans for the future. The local cycling and walking infrastructure plan has now been approved, and our local bus infrastructure plan is coming forward this year. Our active travel group is cross-party and includes key stakeholder organisations from across our community, all with the same intent to make a healthier, better place for Medway people to move around and travel and get to wherever they need to do. That's good for our environment, it's good for our economy, and most importantly, it's good for our local communities. So I ask colleagues to vote against this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Curry. Councillor Lamas.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I'm very pleased to support Councillor Lawrence's motion. And I want to put on record my thanks for Councillor Brake's excellent example he set to myself when I started in how to be an outstanding ward councillor and deal with casework after, he's currently 18 years worth of experience. I read the briefing in February that came out, and I not so long ago, I worked for the Roads Minister, so I really do know all the ins and outs of the government funding situation. However, the roads in Prince's Park are demonstrably worse today than they were last year and the year before. Some of the Viafix style repairs have failed, and they need redoing. So I would like to suggest that the performance is actually diminishing, not getting better under the administration. And I'd like them to do better on that. I'd like to propose 2 things. First, for Prince's Park, we have a fairly large development at the end of Lordswood Lane near Morrison's, where we had a specific carve-out in the Section 106 funding that it had to be spent in Prince's Park. And given that, I believe lots of the temporary repairs have failed in and around that area because of heavy traffic from construction. that money be put to good use to help with your budgetary positions and actually redirect and repair the roads based on the people who have hurt the roads. And the other thing I'd like to propose in support of this motion, which I think the Labour group really should pay attention to, is we should have published ward by ward spend on all road surface activity and ward by ward record of potholes. I was surprised that this is not routinely done even at the relevant scrutiny committee. We should have ward-specific data so that every councillor, wherever they are, whatever colour party they belong to, can know that the appropriate amount of funding is being equitably, fairly spent in their specific ward.
Thank you, Councillor Wamos. Councillor Field.
Hello, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Great to see this motion. As a regular reader of Modern Asphalt magazine, I'm always pleased to discuss this matter. And thank you, Councillor Lawrence, for your interest in road conditions, which is also very evident on the Regeneration, Culture and Environment Committee. Now, as previous speakers have stated, including Councillor Patterson and Councillor sorry Simon, I forgot your surname, Curry. You know, historically, investment in roads here in Medway has been poor, and that's been over 20 years. It's a long-term trend. Now, I do wonder who was in charge then of the administration. So I do understand why Councillor Lawrence, in his contributions, wanted to highlight again the 91% cut the Tories made to local government grant block. This administration approach has been, as other speakers say, to focus more on full repairs, not just the lunacy of creating individual pothole KPI targets, which incentivise looking at making small repairs rather than the full repairs that we've done. So last year, we resurfaced Chatham Hill, Cityway, and indeed Hempstead Valley Drive, I note. This year, a Labour government, which was elected with 3 MPs across Medway, announced a significant increase in road maintenance funding, an extra £1.5 million to nearly £5 million this year. This is real investment. And I'm glad that Councillor Lawrence, in his motion, asks for the Council to provide an update on how funds will be spent. He's, after all, following the Prime Minister's announcement at the 23rd of March, where he mandated to make sure that councils are taking action and publishing reports on their website by the 30th of June, detailing how much they're spending, how potholes are filled, what percentage of the roads are in what conditions, and how we're minimising street works disruption. I'm glad, Councillor Lawrence, we have a convert to Labour policy here. Now, there's always, now we're getting on with the job here. Already this year we've completed repairs on Sturdy Avenue and Brompton High Street, and there are a number of other sites being delivered literally over the next 6 weeks, including, interestingly again, Hempstead Valley Drive. But there's always more to do. My inbox is always full of demands, and sometimes it's difficult. Officers do need to push back, but that's because we have a programme based on rigour and having a strict criteria to make sure we spend the monies properly. Now, I do agree with Councillor Lawrence's argument here that have been historic underinvestment, but I'm clear this motion isn't necessary, as I think we're already getting on with the job. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Field. Councillor Mrs. Turpin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Although I support this motion, as potholes do blight our roads, and they haven't seemed to have improved a great deal over the last 2 years, the Conservative group do seem to have a very short memory. Back in 2023, potholes was one of the main things brought up on the doorstep, as it's something virtually every resident experiences, whereas things like adult social care and children's services, you know, it's only a particular number of residents that will experience those services. So whereas the roads, you know, we're all going out, whether on foot or in the car, and we can see it as plain as day. The roads got into such a bad state at the end of the administration, it's likely to be the main reason that they lost the election, to be honest. But it seems that this will complete a full set of voting against the motions tonight from the administration. So it's a shame that Councillor Murray didn't keep her motion on the table so that they could have supported something. But I assume that Sir Keir maybe has been on the phone this afternoon and they had to pull it. So, but I think, you know, rather than laugh down these concerns that is being raised, it would be best if they listened, even if they're not going to publicly support it.
Councillor Murray, point of personal inspiration.
Order,
please.
Much as I would enormously enjoy having a chat with Keir, he's busy. And I want to assure Councillor Turpin that I withdrew the motion because, quite rightly, our speakers were going to share their lived experience as either being in receipt of PIP or with a family member who receives PIP. And the legal officer, quite rightly, when they declared those OSIs, said it wouldn't be appropriate for them to speak. I want to hear what they've got to say and will find forums in the community to do that. We were honest about the interests, took the legal officer's advice, and that's why I withdrew the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Murray, for that explanation.
I thank Councillor Murray for the explanation, and obviously those lived experiences are vitally important, hence why the motion was on the table. So hopefully it can be brought back at a later date and it can be shared anonymously. But yeah, just going back, that it's a shame that you know, too many cases of administrations and governments that laugh down criticisms rather than actually taking on board these concerns which they could learn from. So yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will support this motion this evening.
Thank you, Councillor Mrs. Turpin. Councillor Finch.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This motion speaks to the daily frustration of residents across Medway. But people in Rochester East and Warren Wood are fed up with the potholes, broken pavements and the finger pointing. We fully support this motion and would go further. Like Councillor Lammas said about the ward level league tables, we would push for ward level highways funding pots so councillors can deliver real fixes in real time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Finch. Councillor Mark Prenta.
As a car driver since the age of 17 and someone who helps provide a public transport service, I have to be able to book on duty as early as 4 a.m. and finish as late as 2 a.m. in central London, where unfortunately no public transport exists. I have to use my own car. I'm not sure how that fits in with we all hate cars and car travel, as without one I wouldn't be able to be a vital key worker and play my part in our society. I don't just drive in Medway, and unfortunately many of the problems after 14 years of societal decay, including our roads, exist in all parts of our country. I'm not sure you can accuse Labour of hating cars or failing in fixing the pothole failure, as the previous Tory government didn't invest in our road network. Councillor Lammas, you should have helped your boss be better at their job. I want our roads to be the best. I want roads that we can invest in a public transport network that also includes buses where for every £1 invested, £3.50 goes straight back into the local economy. The data that you're pinning your argument on, trying to make out that under your previous administration it is better, is incorrect. However, the new policy of just not filling as many single potholes in a temporary and ineffective in the long-term manner, with a policy of large and resurfacing works that target where they are needed most and longer lasting. Do our residents want us just to have false, ineffective stats that don't fix our roads for the long-term solution? Sometimes it is needed for a short-term solution while a strategic plan is being developed to improve that surface. But that shouldn't be the policy to just get some stats. Our residents deserve better, and they are getting better. In 2015, when I first stood, the potholes were bad. In 2019, the same. And in 2023, again, they were in the same bad condition. When I was in opposition, you cheaply filled in potholes, while one of Medway's main roads, Chatham Hill, was falling apart. While you got badly filled in potholes to produce ineffective stats, a road that takes many of us to Kent's only and best pro football club, Sturdy Avenue, was falling apart. Guess what? We just didn't fill them in. We fixed them as part of a long-term solution that our residents want. They don't want cheap headlines of just how many potholes you filled in with the road service equivalent of polyfiller to meet targets. They want roads that last. They want roads that are to a high standard for the long term and roads that we can all be proud of. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Prenta. There are more councillors that wish to speak but we have reached the limit for each group, so you won't be able to contribute. Going back to the proposer of the motion. Oh, no, to the supporters, or Councillor Hackwell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, we've heard plenty of reasons tonight why potholes have not been repaired and whose administration was to blame. It remains that the citizens of Medway are fed up with the state of their roads, even some of our main thoroughfares. As you mentioned, the Brook and places like that, even getting here tonight is difficult. I understand. As an administration, you are trusted to achieve the best outcome for Medway residents. And many don't understand where their hard-earned money that they are obliged to pay in council tax ends up. What they do see is a war on motorists. It's an easy target to extract more revenue for the council, such as moving traffic offences, such as red routes, etc., and with no evidence of that use of money being ploughed back into Medway's roads in a state of good repair. I was even sent a picture today of a pothole repair that was made this week, and it was only partially filled in. Half of it was still full of water and
Personal explanation.
It's really important as councillors that we set an example to residents. So given what Councillor Hackwell has just said, can he tell me what he thinks should happen to a selfish motorist who blocks a junction and prevents traffic from flowing freely on a box junction? Because it sounds like he's standing up for the miscreants rather than the law-abiding citizens of Medway. That would be a very sorry position for a councillor to take.
That's not a point of personal explanation.
Going back to the...
It's not a point of personal explanation. Well, what was the point of standing up then? And why did, Mr. Mayor, why did you give the councillor a voice?
Yeah.
Anyway, back to the in hand. The residents don't see their money being ploughed back into Medway's roads and keeping them in a good state of repair. As I said, the pothole I mentioned before I was interrupted, that was only half filled, was only issues with Viafix, and it wasn't a good repair. Half of it was still full of water. So I ask everyone here to support this motion and ask the administration to rise to the challenge and make Medway a better place to live, work, learn and visit, including Medway motorists. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Hackwell. Going back to the original proposal, Councillor Warrens.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a few responses to some of the comments. I think Councillor Patterson, if things are so great, you've got no problem with this motion because it just asks you to set out your plans. But I think you're afraid of accountability, and therein lies the actual problem. Councillor Curry, you want more people to cycle, but I wouldn't cycle on Medway's roads in the state they're in. The potholes, you'd be off on your backside most of the time. I don't think our roads are safe for cyclists. Councillor Turpin, I wasn't even elected in the last administration, and you were, so I don't know what you're talking about. And can I just point out that actually the biggest black hole in this council is Councillor Maple's £40 million of borrowing to balance his budget. And I urge all members to support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Warrens. All those in favour? We have a recorded vote, so I'm going to call on Richard. Richard?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. So I will call each member in turn, and I will ask you whether you are voting for or against, or whether you are abstaining. Councillor Anang. Councillor Barrett. Councillor Bowen. Councillor Brake. Councillor Brown. Councillor Campbell. Councillor Clark. Councillor Cook. Councillor Coombs. Councillor Crozer. Councillor Curry. Councillor Joe. Councillor Fern. Councillor Field. Councillor Filmer. Councillor Finch. Councillor Gilmore. Councillor Golding. Councillor Hackwell. Mr Deputy Mayor. Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Halcrow-Scott. Councillor Hubbard. Councillor Hyde. Councillor Jackson. Councillor Joy. Councillor Kemp. Councillor Lamas. Councillor Lawrence. Councillor Mayhill. Councillor Mandarakis. Councillor Mink.
Against.
Councillor MacDonald.
Against.
Councillor Murray.
Against.
Councillor Mighty. Mr Mayor. Councillor Nestorova. Councillor Patterson.
Against.
Councillor Peake.
Against.
Councillor Pearce. Councillor Perfect.
For.
Councillor Luella Printer.
Against.
Councillor Mark Printer. Councillor Price. Councillor Sands. Councillor Shocker. Councillor Spalding. Councillor Spring. Councillor Stamp. Councillor Tijan. Councillor Mrs Turner. Councillor Van Dyke. Councillor Vi. Councillor Wilding. And Councillor Williams.
The motion is lost. This concludes the motions for this evening. Moving on to next agenda item, we have now 30 minutes to receive and debate the leader's report. May I call on the leader to present his report. Councillor Maple.
Thank you very much indeed, Mayor Nestorov, and what a good set of political debates, right thing to be doing in this chamber. I want to start my report tonight with an update on local government reorganisation. A submission has been made, both collectively with the other 13 councils across the region of Kent, as well as an individual letter from this council. We are waiting to hear feedback. We anticipate that will come next Friday because of the pre-election period, particularly for our friends and colleagues in the other 84% of the region of Kent. We anticipate we'll be receiving that Friday because we have been told it will be week commencing the 28th. So the math says there'll be news on Friday. I look forward to receiving that feedback. The response was clear that no council in this region wants a single unitary authority. No council in this region is advocating for 2. No council in this region is advocating for 5 or more. There is a differential of views between 3 and 4. As the Cabinet made clear, our preference is for 4. There will be a consultation with the public, and that will happen over the summer. There will be some information shared on a electoral commission style approach across the whole of Kent, saying there is a process, get involved. That will not give any advocacy for any position, but it will encourage residents, businesses, stakeholders to get involved. There will be specific consultation information coming from this council, as well as the other 13, I'm sure, and that will form a process that, of course, particularly over the summer, before it feeds into the Cabinet meeting and ultimately the council meeting, which will be informing that Cabinet meeting in November. This is going to be critically important. As I've said elsewhere, for the avoidance of doubt, this will be the end of all 14 existing councils. That's not a statement I make lightly. It's not a statement I make with any real pleasure in one sense, but I am a firm believer in the unitary authority model of local government. It's something which I think successive leaders of this council have believed in. I believe that every group on this council advocates for unitary authorities rather than a wasteful, bureaucratic two-tier system. So I'm pleased to see that becoming the normal across both our region of Kent, but also England as a whole. And we will, of course, keep council informed as we move through that. And I'm grateful for the helpful conversations we've had, and we have set up the local government reorganisation cross-party working group that will be meeting shortly. Earlier this week, we had the absolute privilege to welcome to Medway Sir Michael Marmot as we start our journey for a Medway Marmot place. I want to place on record my thanks to our brilliant Deputy Leader of the Council, Teresa Murray, for her dedication and commitment to this issue, to the brilliant public health team, to the vast array of stakeholders and partners that were in that room earlier this week, and to Sir Michael himself for that time and dedication. He will chair our collective board working on this. This is important because actually for too long we've had that health inequality that we know. You know, if you are in Cuxton and you get a bus to the dynamic bus facility just down the road here, if you're a man, your life expectancy will go down 10 years. That's not acceptable. And this will be a way of changing how we not only take on the very specific issue of public health, but recognise that actually for 80% of health determinants, it's everything else. It's education, it's green spaces, it's housing. Those things matter to health outcomes. So I want to thank everybody that made that happen, our brilliant public health team, and it was right and appropriate that we, of course, we recognised and reflected on James Williams' personal dedication for Medway to be a Marmot place. So I look forward very much to that work continuing as we move forward. In just a few days' time now, this country will come together to recognise, reflect and remember on the sacrifices that were made more than 80 years ago as we move towards the 80th anniversary of VE and VJ this year. We have a number of events taking place. Some of those highlights will include flag raising both at Gun Wharf, at Rochester Castle, but importantly at the Royal Engineers Museum. There will be a peace poem commissioned, and I think it's important, particularly at this time, to think about peace. That is ultimately what was fought for and won, and that will take contributions from residents across Medway. There will be a service and parade at Rochester Cathedral in the Rochester Cathedral area. We will be showing 6 beacons lighting up the air, lighting for Victory in Europe Day, and that will be taking place on the Thursday the 8th at 9:30. We'll be part of a much wider national point of reflection, but I want to thank, from a political perspective, our portfolio holder Nina Gurung, who has done some amazing work on this. I want to thank partners, I want to thank our brilliant council staff who will make this a success. There is a lot of information. I could spend my whole 10 minutes just talking about this. I'd encourage everybody, if you haven't looked at it yet, on the Visit Medway website, there is a specific VE and VJ page. Obviously, there will be more information about VJ Day 80 when we get closer to August. And I want to say a particular good luck to those 13 street parties which are happening all across Medway. And again, thanks to the teams that will make sure that that happens safely and at no cost to the taxpayers there. They're getting that as part of the service. We were very proud to put that additional funding into the budget. Not everybody voted for it because it was part of a wider budget, but I have no doubt that every single person in Medway, 59 councillors, but more importantly, 285,000 residents will want to take that time, particularly in May and August, to reflect and remember, as well, of course, as Armed Forces Day in June, which for a second year will be hosted in partnership with our friends at a historic dockyard, Chatham. I want to finish my report tonight, Mayor Nesterov, with a few reflections on, since our last normal full council back in January, some of the things that's been happening across Medway. In Rainham, we had the fantastic Poet Laureate, Simon Armitage, come to town, and it was a real privilege to have a chat with him, but most importantly, actually, to welcome some of those brilliant sixth formers who had been creating poetry, and some of that was delivered in Rainham. We had the Youth Speaks event, which took part in Chatham, and thanks to the Rotary and the school at the Victory Academy for making that happen. We had not one but two opportunities for me to be asked questions, both at Medway Matters Live in Who, and I'll thank particularly council officers who made that happen, and at the Medway Question Time, myself and the Leader of the Opposition, along with Dahlia and Richard, two key Medway stakeholders, again being asked questions, and again thanks to the team at Local Authority and Mid-Kent College for making that happen. We've launched Brick Recs. My goodness, we've got people coming from all over the world to Medway to look at some small pieces of plastic. It's a bit cooler than that, but it's very, very good. And if you haven't been, do go and have a look at it. We'll be hosting our next City Hall event there, where Richard Hicks and I will be asked questions, probably the most challenging questions by those young people. We held events like the Luton Lights event. We held the second year programme commenced of the Welcome to Medway events happening across Medway. And if you've not been to a Welcome to Medway event, please get along to one. They are fantastic. We launched the UK SPF Year 4. Amazing projects happening across the community. We had the MVA Awards for the first time. We had the brilliant LV21 coming back to be in my ward, which I'm very happy about. Other boats are available, but not as cool as the LV21. We had the Pride in Medway event, 199 nominations, amazing, inspiring individuals and organisations. And I want to recognise in particular the overall winner, Paul Dennington. If you don't know Paul's story, he's inspirational. And he is doing a walk for life, walk of his life, starting up in the northeast, finishing in Hempstead. Do support him if you can. And then finally, I want to take a moment to reflect on two individuals who've really made a big contribution. The late Donnie Morgan, who was the first chair of Arches Local. She served our community tremendously, and I thank the Arches Local team for working with Pembroke to recognise her. And yesterday evening, we said a thank you to Ashley Hook, who has served our community for more than 20 years as a leader within MHS, most recently as its chief executive. There's a lot going on in Medway, and every day, whether I'm poorly or not, I'm proud to be Medway. Thank you, Mayor Nesterov.
Thank you, Councillor Maple, for your report. We now move to debate, and it's traditional to go to the opposition leaders. We're going to start with Councillor Perfect.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to the leader for his report. Mr. Mayor, we should be under no illusion that the latest local government reorganisation, as referenced by the leader, will be the most consequential change to local government in English history. But where are we compared to our neighbours across the home counties? Missing out. It would be remiss of me not to mention that unfortunately here in Kent, we will remain a devolution desert until the latter part of this Parliament because of the cruel decision taken by the Labour government, which will see us lose hundreds of millions of pounds and be years behind in our devolution journey as a result. I still find this decision truly shameful. Nevertheless, Mr. Mayor, this Conservative opposition will engage pragmatically with the administration, colleagues from across Kent and elsewhere to ensure that the people of Medway get the best outcome from the changes ahead. I agree with the leader on the power of unitary authorities and particularly the success here in Medway. I would like to particularly thank my friend, the Shadow Secretary of State, Kevin Hollinrake, and Shadow Minister David Simmons for their pragmatic engagement on local government reorganisation, as well as my colleague Roger Goff, who I'd like to send all the best to him and his team ahead of the county elections next week. Mr. Mayor, the leader is correct to reference the successful event earlier this week on Marmot Place, which is a landmark moment for Medway, which we support in reducing health inequalities across our 5 towns. Reducing health inequalities through a multi-agency approach is a brilliant initiative, and as an opposition, we will be supporting the administration in any way we can, genuinely, to ensure that we can be on a journey towards becoming a Marmot Place. Mr. Mayor, the 8th of May is a very special day for Medway as we celebrate the 80th anniversary of Victory in Europe Day, marking the surrender of all German military operations in Europe. I look forward to joining people from across our conurbation as we mark this special day, a day of mixed emotions for both commemorating the loss of those lives that were taken during World War II, but also celebrating the decades of peace that the defeat of the Axis and the Third Reich brought to Europe and the Commonwealth. Our community lost so much in this conflict, particularly here at home, and it is right that this is commemorated in our Medway spirit next month. Finally, I wanted to associate myself with the words of the leader regarding Ashley Hook, the Chief Executive of MHS Homes, who was pleased to say a big thank you to last night, who has made such a strong contribution, particularly in the area of housing, but as well charity to our community in recent years. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Perfect. Councillor Croser.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Leader, for your report. Mr. Mayor, achieving a fairer society and better health for all residents is a fundamental council goal. Guided by Marmot principles, this means supporting early years, ensuring fair work and living standards, creating healthy communities and tackling unfairness and discrimination, and I agree should be central to council policy. Mr. Mayor, I'm pleased to announce that the Who Parish Council is hosting its own VE celebrations on Thursday the 8th of May at 7:45 p.m. at the Kings Hill Recreation Ground, with beacon lighting and a searchlight kindly provided by this council. There will be a town crier, a parade by the Rochester Pipe Band, a parade of veterans, vintage vehicles and a burger and ice cream van on hand. On Saturday, May the 10th at 1:30 p.m, there will be displays by Pearly Kings and Queens, Mickey Mouse Cadet Force drills and live music. Tea and cakes are provided through to 6 p.m, with an evening disco from 7:30 to 11 p.m. A free bus service is on hand for residents of Chatham and Who Village. Further, Mr. Mayor, my colleague Councillor Pearce continues to host 90-minute Nightingale walks on the peninsula, and I encourage all councillors and the public to attend. Spaces are available for 6:45 p.m. start on Wednesday the 30th of April at the High House of National Nature Reserve, also at the National Nature Reserve on Saturday the 3rd of May and on Saturday the 17th of May at Deangate Ridge. Mr. Mayor, under the previous administration, the Who Peninsula was targeted for a disproportionate amount of housing and commercial development. A housing infrastructure grant was sought, won and lost. Without the infrastructure the grant would have provided, development still approved, beyond a level that was deemed sustainable in 2019. Today, the Who Peninsula is overdeveloped by some 1,500 homes, with the loss of, not improvement to, existing infrastructure. Whilst I am greatly encouraged by the leadership and efforts of this administration in the formation of the country park at Deangate, I'm discouraged by the lack of progress with the air quality management plan through Four Elms Hill, the only viable route onto the peninsula. Although Medway is recognised as part of the developing Thames Gateway region, it is well served by the motorway and rail network to London. The peninsula is not. It is poorly served by a congested A289 and A228 through the bottleneck of Four Elms Hill, whose air quality improvements seemingly remain largely dependent on the failed housing infrastructure grant, a hope that traffic levels will not return to pre-pandemic levels, a failing bus service and the introduction of a cycleway that runs unprotected alongside the A228, one of the most dangerous roads in Kent. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Croser. I call upon Councillor Finch.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and the leader for his enthusiastic report, as always. Firstly, we acknowledge the efforts and the time spent by all the staff on the events outlined in the report and look forward to attending some of them. The leader's report mentioned various projects and funding allocations. While investment in our community is essential, we must ensure that every pound spent delivers tangible benefits. It's crucial to avoid unnecessary expenditures and focus on cost-effective solutions that serve our residents' best interests. Transparency in decision-making process is paramount. The community deserves clear communication about how decisions are made and funds are allocated. I urge the Council to enhance its efforts in providing accessible information to the public, ensuring that residents are well informed and can hold us accountable. Engaging with our community should be at the heart of our initiatives. It's vital to involve residents in discussions about services that directly affect them. By fostering open dialogues, we can better understand their needs and tailor our services accordingly. In conclusion, while the leader's report outlines commendable initiatives, it's our duty to ensure that these align with principles of fiscal prudence, transparency and community engagement. Let's work collaboratively to build a Medway that truly serves its residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Finch. I now open the floor for the other members, starting with Councillor Murray.
Thank you, Mayor Nesterov. And I wanted to talk about being a Marmot Place. It was really lovely to see over 100 clinicians, partners from across health, education, and the voluntary sector join us with Sir Michael Marmot himself on Tuesday at the Corn Exchange. In fact, at the last minute, we had to get a bigger venue. Sir Michael Marmot is world-renowned now, and even though I'm very pleased to hear the support tonight for helping Medway become a Marmot Place, I do remind people that Sir Michael Marmot speaks truth to power, and he used statistics to show the ravages of austerity. He used statistics to show what a state we're still in Medway, and was very honest about the ability of the Marmot principles and all of the work we've already done, because we're not starting from zero, to take a long time to undo that damage. And when we looked at the 8 principles, we saw that they had lots in common with our own council plan, with our prevention plan, with our aspirations for One Medway. And Sir Michael Marmot said to me afterwards that he really felt very optimistic and very encouraged by the whole event and by everything that was said, and by the enthusiasm in the room. We're one of the first places in the southeast to adopt the Marmot principles, and is absolutely right, as was done on the day and done tonight by my good friend Councillor Maple, to remind ourselves it's nearly a year since James Williams died, and his passion to become a Marmot Place shone out of his eyes. It was something that he believed would motivate us, would refresh us, would put us on the map, would remind us how important health inequality is. And when Sir Michael Marmot spoke, as he has spoken all around the world now, about the 8 principles, he was particularly keen to explain why he added racism, discrimination, and their outcomes to those principles. And I'm afraid I would remind my ward colleagues from Reform that if they support the Marmot principles, putting out the kind of hate-filled rubbish that Reform put out on their party political broadcast last night, taking no account of the contribution that immigrants have made to this country for thousands of years, instead spreading hatred and division, well, there's a big contrast with what Michael Marmot thinks and hopes to achieve. No policies in that broadcast, not hardly a mention, actually, of local government. It was all about immigrants and Nigel Farage standing on the platform, laughing like a hyena to idiots in the audience. So, I do caution when you say you want to support the Marmot principles, because if Reform is speaking for you, I'm afraid there's a big contrast.
Thank you, Councillor Murray.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next one, Councillor Hackwell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Leader, for your report and your informative report, as usual. I'd like to start with the local government reform, and I'm pleased to hear that we're going to continue work on a cross-party basis, and we're going to go out for consultation with the public. I do beg you to actually take some notice of that consultation this time, because there has been times when consultation has been just an exercise rather than actually a pure consultation. I think it is important that we ensure that we achieve the best possible outcome for the residents of Medway and don't get bogged down in the 3 or 4 authorities. We just got to think about what Medway really wants, and let's go in with an open mind and not just keep battling down which way we want to go. So I do support that. And I welcome Councillor Murray, the Marmot Place initiative, and I wasn't there on Tuesday, and I think by all accounts it sounds like it was very, very informative, and I wish I was there. But and maybe you'll be able to tell me this, and if I was there I would understand, but I do want to know how we expect the measurement of how we're going to sort of measure the improvement, because it does seem to me that if we're looking for health equalities, it's a long-term project, and how will we make sure that we're actually stepping along the right pathway in the short term? Because that's a very difficult thing to do when you go into a long-term project. If we look at I welcome the update on the Medway VE and VJ celebrations, and also Armed Forces Day is going to continue. And again at the dockyard, it was a very good event. I think the weather did help tremendously last year, and let's hope we can have the same this year. I think that for me personally, you know, Medway's got a massive military history. You know, we had the dockyard in Henry VIII's day, and since then, and even as a young boy, I still remember the Navy and the Army not getting on that well in the local pubs, and the red cap MPs going around in their open top jeeps every evening. And it also is very important for me. I mean, I'm the son of a boy soldier that went to war in 1939 and fought on the front line for 6 years. And you know, he put his life on the line for the whole 6 years, his formative years of life. So I think it's very important that we still remember those people, and we celebrate the VA Day. And you know, unfortunately, there's not very many veterans left. You know, they did end 80 years ago. So once again, I thank you for your report, and look forward to those events that are coming up. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hackwell. We have time for one more person, Councillor Curry.
Thank you very much, Mayor Nestroff. And also thank the leader for his report today. And I just wanted to also add my support as well for the Marmot Place that we're taking up, the initiative there. I was at the event and it was fantastic, well worth going. And it fits seamlessly into our One Medway Council plan principles. The two sort of gel so well together, as Councillor Murray highlighted. I think it's really important to understand, and just picking up Councillor Hackwell's point there about getting things done on the ground, creating sustainable communities for the future is slow and steady work, and not easy to achieve. Access to education, access to healthcare, quality affordable housing, reducing congestion, improving the environment, all essential and all fit neatly within both the Marmot Place principles and our own council plan principles. And then putting policy into practice is one of the phrases I love to hear, and what are the next steps and how we're doing this. And we can see examples of this right across Medway. In my own portfolio area, where we're dealing with the Climate Action Plan, and that's coming forward now, and the local plan, which is also coming forward in June for members to discuss and vote on. One thing that's very dear to my heart, as people know, is the planting of trees. And I just wanted to reflect on the journey that we're going on with that. Within the Climate Action Plan, we've set ourselves a target of planting 10,000 more trees by 2028. And we kicked that off at Deangate with 3,500 going in the ground to start with, both staff from the council, members of the volunteer group there, our own members from this chamber, cross-party, where people were there helping plant trees, and also the army turned up and did it twice as fast as everybody else and a lot better, not unexpectedly. And it's kind of a reflection on how we do that, and that's planting whips, which is quite quick and efficient. But in Luton, my own ward, it's much tougher. We've been putting trees in the ground now for about 2 years, and we've managed to get about, I think it's about 80 trees in the ground in Luton so far, and the hardest bit is Luton Road, but the next holes have been dug in Luton Road and the trees are ready to go in there in the next few weeks. So it's happening on the ground in our streets in Medway. And it reflects what happened. There was a citizen science project done a few years ago by our amazing green space volunteers, which demonstrated that the canopy cover in Medway was really low and needed to be boosted quite a lot for a whole host of reasons around biodiversity, health and well-being, air quality, all those issues around why trees are so important in our communities. And that's now starting to happen. And to cap it all, we have a new tree nursery opening up at Cossington in the next few months as well, which is very exciting. And a lot of us have taken seeds home to grow on and put into the nursery once it's open. So that's a very exciting project. And so just in closing, one of the things that's also within our climate plan, and I urge all my colleagues across the House to, it's a house, we're not in the House, we're in the chamber, beg your pardon, to look at our climate ward improvement plans. Members of the climate ward...
Councillor Curry, that time is up. Yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you. We are going back to the leader, Councillor Maple.
Thank you very much indeed, and thank you to everybody for their contributions, some of which I agreed with, most of which I agreed with tonight, actually, some of which I didn't. Councillor Perfect, I was frustrated at the decision. I think that's well documented. on our region not being a priority place. I have accepted that the governance would have been challenging with two bodies made up of 84 and 16% respectively. However, I think our argument was persuasive and compelling, and subsequently, certainly myself and Roger Goff, who I've enjoyed a positive working relationship. We don't agree on everything, but actually all 14 council leaders have worked collaboratively, which I think is really important, and I certainly welcome that. And we will be making the case at every possible opportunity. What was pretty clear, and I thank in particular the Chief Executive for his work, again working closely with, in particular, the Chief Executive of Kent County Council, because devolution was seen as an upper tier authority process, is that there is a desire to see what the art of the achievable is in the short to medium term, and I look forward to being part of that conversation. But ultimately, I think for us to be able to access that devolution goal, which I think every member in this council chamber certainly would want to see the resources, even if they don't agree with the process, we're going to have a number of unitary authorities across our region. As I say, I certainly advocate for 4. On Councillor Crozer's comments, and it was great to be there with Councillor Crozer, planting trees, as Councillor Curry made reference to earlier on. It was interesting at Medway Matters Live when the question was put by a member of the audience, who doesn't want to see any more houses built? I would say approximately a third of the hands went up. When somebody else put the question, who wants to see more houses built? About a third of the hands went up. So, of course, I recognise there are some individuals who will never want to see another house built. I don't agree with them. I think the majority position generally on this, not just on the Hoo Peninsula, but across Medway actually, is infrastructure first. That's critical, and we'll keep arguing that. And there's been some focus on Section 106 recently in the media. We'll keep having that conversation. On transparency, Councillor Finch, thank you for raising that. I think a prime example of that is the nationally recognised approach we take to UK Shared Prosperity Fund. I thank Councillor Marhill for his brilliant work and leadership on that, following on from Councillor Edwards as she was before she became Lauren Edwards MP. And then just finally, and I think we can pick this up tomorrow, we have a cross-party governance meeting tomorrow. If there's an appetite for an all-members briefing on Marmot, I think that would be something we can talk about tomorrow. But yeah, we want to make sure every councillor knows that's available. There are some good tools already online for when you're becoming a Marmot place, and we can make that available to everybody. But if there's a desire for a cross-party briefing, we can pick that up tomorrow. Thank you, Mayor Nesterov.
Thank you, Councillor Maple. This concludes our leaders' report. Before we continue to members' questions, I'm going to announce another 5-minute comfort break. 5-minute comfort break. wish to resume the meeting. Please go back to your seats. Okay. I resume the meeting. We're moving on to agenda item 10, which is members' question. We're now going to have 20 minutes to deal with 15 questions listed on the agenda. Any questions not dealt with this evening will receive written responses instead. Answers to questions must not exceed 3 minutes in length, please. Question A, Councillor Spalding, please may I have your question?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The condition of road surfaces in Medway remains at the forefront of public attention. In some cases, potholes and deteriorating top surfaces are the result of water leaks, which often continue for days despite being reported to Southern Water. An example of this being the All Hallows Road between Lower Stoke and All Hallows. Other causes are overburdened wastewater and sewage facilities, which Southern Water is aware of but does nothing about. Can the portfolio holder tell me how much money has been reclaimed by Medway Council from Southern Water to cover road surface damage that could have, and indeed should have, been avoided, but for the apparent failings of Southern Water? Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Spalding. Councillor Patterson, would you please respond?
Between 1st of April 2023 and 31st of March 2025, we recovered £117,800 from Southern Water through failed reinstatements, fixed penalty charges and overrunning works. We have not received any reports of road surface damage caused by water leaks on the highway network. If surface water damage was identified, we would use our recharging mechanism to reclaim costs from Southern Water.
Thank you, Councillor Patterson. Question B, Councillor Mrs. Turpin, please may I have your question?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll take my question as read, please.
Thank you. Councillor Curry, would you please respond?
Thank you very much, Mayor Mestrov, and thank you for your question. This is regarding the consultation group that was put together for the WHO Community Infrastructure Framework Engagement Programme. The draft framework that has emerged and its recommendations were informed by an extensive programme of engagement with over 650 people participating. There were 13 events and drop-in sessions, and they created a community panel made up of people living across the WHO Peninsula. The panel had 4 workshops and a final presentation to ward and parish councillors, so it's a bit unfair to say that they were excluded from the process. At all events and drop-in sessions were promoted through the local and social media and were directly contacted over 50 groups based on the peninsula, asking them to make their members aware of the ways in which they could get involved. This is a co-design process by which trust is built, sharing knowledge and experience with everyone in the group being equal. It was designed so that the panel was involved in in-depth engagement with a group of residents who could then share their experience, build their knowledge about planning, Section 106 and other factors that impact on community infrastructure and make informed recommendations. This consultation was primarily focused on the wider community, although it did include elected officers and members, staff, and the Council's Culture and Libraries and Heritage team, Regeneration team and Planning team, and NHS decision makers. At all times, people have had opportunity to comment and contribute to this debate. There were several meetings held with PRD, the consultants and stakeholders, including parish councils and elected members. At the request of the community panel, parish councils and elected members were invited to the final panel session, where they presented their findings, shared their experiences and took questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Curry, for your response. Councillor Finch, please, may I have your question?
Over the past year, we've seen a surge in camera enforcement across Medway, including over 2,000 fines from the School Street scheme and more than 3,000 from moving traffic offence enforcement. These clearly generate significant revenue for the council. However, the Red Route scheme, despite its £805,000 cost and rollout across 5 key roads, issued just 35 fines between May and November 2024. Given this inconsistency in enforcement outcomes, Can the portfolio holder confirm whether the council intends to expand, repurpose or replace these schemes for schemes such as congestion or ULEZ-style charges, or limiting how frequently residents can drive in certain areas, including undertaking a full public consultation? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Finch. Councillor Patterson, would you please respond?
In responding to this particular question, it would be remiss of me not to note the circumstances which have led to it being asked, to place on record the disgust felt by thousands of decent people at the presence in this chamber of representatives of, as they are known by Companies House, Reform UK Party Limited. And as we approach the commemorations of VE Day and the peace we have known in this country since the 8th of May 1945, I am reminded of one of my favourite quotes from Pilot Officer Tony Benn. There is no final victory, as there is no final defeat. There is just the same battle to be fought over and over again. So toughen up, bloody toughen up. Tony Benn and my grandfathers fought fascism across 2 continents when they were half the age I am now. So it's a relatively insignificant effort to call out the present-day shabby descendants of that vile ideology. There is just the same battle to be fought over and over again. And what does that have to do with the question on the agenda? For that, I turn to one of the greatest living English writers, Michael Rosen, a man whose great-uncle and aunt died in a convoy en route to Auschwitz, and whose parents were among the thousands of working-class East Londoners who sent Oswald Mosley's British Union of Fascists packing at Cable Street. Michael Rosen wrote, "I sometimes fear that people think that fascism arrives in fancy dress, worn by grotesques and monsters, as played out in endless reruns of the Nazis. Fascism arrives as your friend. It will restore your honour, make you feel proud, protect your house, give you a job, clean up the neighbourhood, remind you of how great you once were, clear out the venal and corrupt, remove anything you feel is unlike you." Sounds familiar. From the days of Derek Beacon being elected to Tower Hamlets Council in 1993 to this moment, it would appear all that has changed is that we get candidates from the far right now who can remember not to say the quiet things out loud. A vetting programme which only weeds out the monumentally stupid. Those who forget that the first rule of dog whistle politics is you never actually say those words, without ever questioning what attracted such individuals to their party in the first place. There is just the same battle to be fought over and over again. And that's a long way of answering a question which reeks of conspiracy theories, littered with made-up figures, and what I hope is willful ignorance on how moving traffic offences work, as well as those dog whistle politics about big bad London. But I could have answered your question another way. No.
Thank you, Councillor Patterson, for your answer. Councillor Vai, may I please have your question?
Yeah, thank you there, Mr. Mayor. The residents in Rochester East and Warren Wood are fed up. They're dodging potholes, tripping over broken paving slabs and wondering why their council tax isn't being reflected in the state of their streets. It's not just the inconvenience, it's a safety issue. People I represent deserve answers, and more importantly, they deserve action. The Labour-led Medway Council must finally take responsibility for the crumbling state of our roads and pavements across the Medway, especially in Rochester East and Warren Wood, where potholes and broken footpaths are putting residents at risk every single day. When will this council stop the excuses and deliver the repairs our community desperately needs? Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Patterson, would you please respond?
Mayor Nesterov, one of the risks of being forced to scrabble around for candidates who can pass basic vetting, but who live nowhere near the ward they seek to represent, is they might ask a question of another councillor who knows the area a lot better than they do. You'll not be surprised, Mayor Nesterov, that this is exactly what has happened here. And how great the irony, as an economic migrant to the southeast of England myself, to point out to representatives of Reform UK Party Limited, you're not from around here, are you? Because excellent as the view of Rochester might be from Cuxton, it evidently doesn't allow for close inspection of the highways me and my neighbours use every day. As I've said already tonight, the scale of the task to reverse 2 decades of neglect on Medway's 831 kilometres of publicly maintainable highway is monumental. That's not an excuse, it's a fact. And it's not something this administration is under any illusions about. So while the funding available is no match for that task, our objective scoring of roads, according to multiple factors, including level of degradation and use, allows us to allocate those scarce resources to those most in need of repair. While there's no guarantee that these repairs will necessarily touch every ward every year, a councillor who knew Rochester East and Warren Wood, as well as Councillor Murray or myself know it, would be aware that several of those schemes in recent years have targeted problems in this very ward. Last year, works in Rochester East and Warren Wood include a full resurfacing of the cut, as well as resurfacing of Delsh Road at its junction with Star Hill. And I'm pleased to say that next week, over 2 nights, resurfacing will also take place between the Cityway roundabout and High Street Rochester. Action, answers and delivery, instead of ignorance, finger-pointing and rhetoric.
Thank you, Councillor Patterson, for your answer. Moving on to Councillor Perfect. May I please have your question?
As written, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Maple, would you please
Thank you very much, Mayor Nesterov, and thank you for the question, Councillor Perfect. I'm really pleased that we will now be moving into a phase where the public of Medway, and indeed the public of the region of Kent, will have the opportunity to have this conversation about what the future of local government looks like. And I agree with you. I need to be careful saying that. Some people might clip that out of context. That would be very rude. But I would say it is right that in the short term, this has been led by council leaders and chief executives. The timescales have been very, very tight. We now will have a period of time where actually the public at large, 1.9 million people across the region, but importantly for this council chamber, 285,000 residents, will be able to look at all aspects of this, including the number of councils, but also I think a number of the other aspects which will be particularly important, whether that is around what potential powers could sit with a mayoral combined authority. I think we will take that opportunity to ask that question, because for lots of people, you know, I think most people in this chamber are kind of embedded in this, but some people might think that Councillor Nesterov is getting to run the buses if they're not quite clear on how the process will look and feel. For the avoidance of doubt, I think Councillor Nesterov will do a mighty fine job of running buses across the region of Kent. But yeah, from my perspective, it has been right and appropriate that we've had some pretty short deadlines to get through. That's where I've really appreciated the cross-party working, not least the really, really positive session we had here, more than 40 councillors on a cross-party basis, having a decent conversation, actually, and that led to questions being answered and sensible suggestions being made. So I make no apology for my position. That is well documented, my view on how many councils we should have, but that, of course, will be part of the conversation as we move out to talk to the public. So we will be using all of those existing tools we use for communication. There'll be additional stuff as well. We've started the process again. Not everybody voted for this, of course, in the budget, but we've started the process of recruiting the team that will help assist with this. And they'll do other things as well. You know, they'll be doing a lot of policy work, which again, perhaps is an area which this administration has noted other councils have a far bigger workforce looking at this area, and I think strategy is important as we move forward. So I look forward to hearing the views of 58 other councillors. I look forward to hearing, most importantly, the views of the people of Medway as we move towards November's decision time. And Councillor Mayor Nesterov, if it's helpful, I'll be taking the next question in Councillor Marhill's absence. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Maple, for your answer. And moving on, Councillor Hackwell, may I please have your question?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. With the increase in the national living wage and the lowering of the employees' national insurance contributions from 9,100 to the lower threshold of 5,000 that came into effect this month due to the Labour government's budget, many small businesses in Medway are starting to struggle. Can the portfolio holder outline what measures are being taken to support the local businesses in helping create jobs in Medway and attract investment to improve the local economy?
In Councillor Mayhew absence, Councillor Maple will answer.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the question, and I'm very happy to answer this in Councillor Marhill's absence. This administration and the portfolio holder himself is taking a number of different routes to support local businesses and to expand the offer that we have regarding support. Let me give you an example of some of those. The Partners for Growth and Green Growth grants that are being awarded for up to £2,500, which will soon double to £5,000. And that's alongside the Kent and Medway Business Fund, offering 0% loans of up to £600,000, again, for those businesses looking to move forward, access to very affordable funding. The one-to-one business support advice, which is being delivered from our fantastic Ascend co-working space, which began last summer, has already increased to meet the need of high demand, and we're looking to increase it even further from this coming summer. As I mentioned earlier on, the UK Shared Prosperity Fund has ensured that for many of our town centres and communities, increasing footfall by tens and tens of thousands of visitors to town centre businesses. Already we see new submissions coming for the year 4 process, and I look forward to seeing some of those being rolled out. And worth saying as well, actually, there's a third stream for the first time with UK Shared Prosperity Fund in Medway, as well as the very important feasibility funding and Pride in Place. We have a specific summer programme fund. So again, we know the positive process. This has allowed for other organisations that aren't Medway Council to deliver positive events across Medway. We're strengthening the local supply chain with networking opportunities, including the upcoming Medway Business Meetup and the Medway Business and Skills Showcase happening for a second time. And we will be working with the owners of major employment sites like Thamesport, London Medway and Medway One with our inward investment agency located in Kent to attract further investment and new local jobs. And as is well documented, but worth saying again, because the previous administration had 2 decades to do this and chose not to, we signed the FSB Local Leadership Pledge within the first 100 days of our administration and made sure that we're delivering that every single day for businesses who I'm proud to serve their public here in Medway. Thank you, Mayor Nesterov.
Thank you, Councillor Maple. Question G is Councillor Tijan. May I please have your question?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Could the portfolio holder provide an assessment of how the recent changes to the personal independent payment are expected to impact individuals with neurological conditions in Medway, given that we trust that the council will support these individuals in navigating and mitigating any challenges arising from these changes?
Thank you, Councillor Maple.
Thank you, Mayor Nesterov, and thank you, Councillor Tijan, for your question. Obviously, at this stage, it is a green paper, so we don't know what the final outcomes will be for the proposed changes. For those who follow me on social media, you will know that I've got a strong track record of supporting residents with their PIP appeals. I've got over a 90% success rate, not because I'm any good, but because the previous system and the current system is not fit for purpose, with people waiting for more than 2 years for their appeals, and often in a situation where people on the judgment panel, which here in Medway is heard at a court, an intimidating environment, but unfortunately that's where those hearings are held, often being told pretty much straight away, and at least a couple of occasions, your appeal is being upheld, in one case before we'd even said anything. So the system is broken, it needs fixing. As my friend and colleague made clear in her point of explanation around the withdrawal of the motion today, and it is important when you've got a situation like this, if there are colleagues who can speak with lived experience, we want to hear that, but the Chief Legal Officer's advice and guidance always welcome, and it was clear that that wouldn't be possible, and therefore we would lose those voices. So we will be taking those opportunities to work with important key stakeholders like the Medway Neurological Network, and I pay tribute to Martin, Phil and the whole team there who do a great job whatever the issue, raising their concerns. They're great partners and they're great advocates for their members. So we will work with them. Our track record as an administration is clear. When government made changes to winter fuel payments, it was this administration that stepped in to make sure that around 1,600 residents who just missed out received additional support. Not only that, we ensured that a number of residents who were absolutely entitled to pension credit and weren't claiming it through our brilliant award-winning team are now receiving that weekly support, day in, day out, week in, week out. So, look, rest assured, this administration takes this seriously. We want to have a conversation. We think a green paper gives some opportunities for improvements, but there are some risks, and we need to make sure that we hear from those residents who are at the front line of that, and in particular, perhaps those conditions where the current system, which has been inherited by the government, is not particularly fit for purpose when it comes to perhaps some of those conditions which are intermittent, which some of the neurological network conditions are. So I thank you for raising this question, and I'm sure that there will be ample opportunity for councillors to have those conversations as we move forward through the process that will be happening, of course, in Westminster. Thank you, Mayor Nestorov.
Thank you, Councillor Maple. That's all the time we have for members' questions. All questions that haven't been asked, they will receive written responses instead. Thank you. Moving on to next agenda item 11, establishment of committees, appointments and schedule of meetings 2025-2026. Councillor Peake, would you like to make a proposal?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This report deals with some administration matters ahead of the annual council meeting on 14th of May in relation to political balance committees and outside bodies, plus the schedule of meetings. Firstly, Councillors Hubbard and Shokar have rejoined the Labour and Cooperative Group since publication of the council agenda. This means that a review of political balance will have to be undertaken between now and annual council on the 14th of May. Therefore, I will not say anything further this evening on the issue of the allocation of seats on committees, subcommittees and outside bodies. I will briefly refer members to section 5 of the report regarding the schedule of meetings. In particular, it is necessary to add a special council meeting on the 13th of November to the schedule on the matter of local government reorganisation and devolution. Therefore, I will propose the recommendations as set out on page 49 of the agenda at paragraphs 1.1.1 to 1.1.4 of the report, adding that the recommendations at paragraphs 1.1.1 and 1.1.2 will be subject to the outcome of review of the allocation of seats following the increase in size of the Labour and Cooperative Group from 29 members to 31 members. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Peake. Is that supported? Councillor Kemp, do you wish to speak now?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I mean, I second I echo the response of Councillor Peake, but I would like to take this opportunity of bringing to the attention of the council the sterling work done by Beatrice Lee, who's unfortunately leaving us. She seems to have done the majority of work in preparing this report. So with that proviso, yes, I second.
Thank you, Councillor Kemp. Any member? We don't have anyone that wishes to speak. So back to the proposal, Councillor Peake.
So, as moved, please.
Thank you. Is that agreed? It is agreed. Moving on to next agenda item 12, review of the Constitution. Councillor Maple, would you like to make a proposal?
I would, thank you very much. I'll move the recommendations as laid out in paragraph 1. And can I thank you, Mayor Nestorov, for having the longest preamble to most of your meetings, thanks to this work that's happened. Councillor Clark will have a slightly different set of preambles for some of them, but I don't think it'll be quite as long. We'll find out. This administration's been very clear since day one. We want to have as much opportunity for particularly the public to be able to ask questions of this council, that we want to make sure that these council meetings are as short as possible, and fingers crossed, we'll be getting home on Thursday night tonight. And therefore, we've been trialling some things which I think will help with that. There's always room for further improvement, but I think this has been a good use of both trialling to make sure that if there were any issues that we could iron them out, and then bringing it forward accordingly to become formal constitutional matters, which is what we're dealing with tonight. We'll also be moving some further trialling, which will take effect effectively from annual council. This is in particular around, for the first time in this council's history, the ability for anyone, whether that's a member or a member of the public, to ask questions at Cabinet. And it goes back to the point that Councillor Finch made around transparency. We don't have to do that. We're choosing to do that because it's the right thing to do, and therefore we will be doing that accordingly. I want to thank colleagues who have been working on a cross-party governance meeting. We've got another one of those tomorrow, where we'll be looking at, I'm sure, further interesting and important matters. But from my perspective, I really welcome the progress we've made on this and the fact that we'll be trialling some further improvements in the next municipal year. There are some small changes in terms of reference, again, to particularly the joint HOSC with Kent and Medway, and a small change in the employee delegation scheme, which is within the papers we've got in front of us tonight. So I'll move that accordingly. I believe it's being supported by the Leader of the Opposition, which I think shows once again a good mature approach to how we, as a body of 59 councillors, deals with our constitution, which is ultimately the rule book of how this council is run. Thank you, Mayor Nesterov.
Thank you, Councillor Maple. Is that supported? Councillor Perfect?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I'd like to start by seconding everything that the Leader of the Council said, and thank Group Leader colleagues, particularly Leader of the Council, but also the Leader of the Independent Group, for the positive engagement around looking at new and exciting ways to improve the governance of the authorities the Leader mentioned. The cross-party governance meetings are a good way of achieving this, and I think the changes reflected within the report and the future trialling that we'll be undertaking will start to ensure greater public participation and the efficiency of response for the general public, particularly, I think, in the nature of public questions, as well as putting obviously into the Constitution and formalising the changes that we've trialled in recent months. The Conservative Group delighted to support the changes laid out, and as the Leader references, Leader of the Opposition, I'm pleased to second the recommendations within the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Perfect. Pardon me. Something is going around. Is there any other member that wishes to speak? No? Back to Councillor Maple.
Thank you, Mayor Nesterov, and thank you, Councillor Perfect, for your seconding of the motion and your words. I agree with them. I think we talked earlier on about where we were previously with things like the local plan a few years back, and I think the ability to have the cross-party governance meeting, if that has existed a few years ago, who knows? Maybe we'd have a local plan right now. But hindsight's a wonderful thing, and people can only answer for themselves at the time. I'm pleased of the cross-party governance meeting. We will welcome the fourth group to that as well, as is appropriate, because that's the democratic process that we have in front of us. So I'm very, very pleased to move this forward. Look forward to Councillor Clark still having to suspend some rules, I think, perhaps. But maybe he'll choose not to. It's his meeting at the end of the day from annual council. But again, huge thanks to everybody involved, and thanks again particularly to officers, both for their suggestions, for their feedback, for their looking at what other councils are doing as well on some of these matters. I think that's all very helpful as we move forward. Thank you, Mayor Nesterov. Hopefully that's given you enough time to have a slow.
Yes, thank you, and sorry for that, members. Is that agreed? Agreed. It is agreed, and I must say I'm happy that it is. Finally, going to remove a big part of the script in the beginning. Moving on to agenda item 13, report on overview and scrutiny activity. We now have 20 minutes to receive and debate the report on overview and scrutiny activity. I will now call Councillor Tijan to move the report.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, this report updates the Council on activities of the full committees since the last ordinary full Council meeting, and I will highlight some of the areas of discussion over the last 3 months. This is in addition to the regular attendance of Cabinet portfolio holders at ONS meeting to provide updates and answer committee questions about their respective portfolio and consideration of quarterly performance and budget monitoring reports by each ONS committee. Report presented to the Business Support ONS Committee, which our chair, included details of a local government and social care ombudsman decision in relation to a recent case about the Planning Enforcement Service. The committee also considered the Council's draft budget for 2025-2026, including feedback provided by the other ONS committees which had previously considered the budget. Other reports considered, Mr. Mayor, by the committee included the Risk Strategy Annual Review, Procurement Strategy 2021 to 2025 Annual Update Report, a report on the Council use of agency staff and consultants, and a member item looking at the well-being and employees' welfare. The Regeneration, Culture and Environment Overview and Scrutiny Committee considered a report relating to the Waste Contract Annual Review, October 2023 to September 2024, as well as a report on Medway's property portfolio, which consider properties that are surplus and therefore could potentially be disposed of. The committee also received a report on Medway Bus Service Improvement Plan. The Children and Young People ONS Committee received a report on the Children, Wellbeing and School Bill. The report considered the implication of this bill for the Council. The committee agreed for a mini review led by the Assistant Director of Education and SEND into elective home education to be conducted with findings to be reported back to the committee. Report received by the Health and Other Social Care ONS include an update on the adult autism and ADHD pathway development and procurement, and members' item on pharmacy provision in Raynham, and on the development of a healthy living center and provision of primary care in Strood. The committee also considered a separate report which provided a more general update on the development of the Healthy Living Center in Medway and received update report from Southeast Coast Ambulance Services NHS Foundation Trust and from Medway NHS Foundation Trust, the latter of which set out the outcome of the Care Quality Commission inspection of the Medway Maritime Hospital Emergency Department. As always, Mr. Mayor, our overview and scrutiny committees have effectively scrutinized a range of issues, and I moved the report I set out at agenda item 13.
Thank you, Councillor Tijan. Is that supported, Councillor MacDonald? Do you wish to speak now? Or is
yes, please, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, as we close the civic year, I just wanted to reflect on the crucial work carried out by our ONS committees and the real tangible difference that work has made to services and outcomes for the people of Medway. Over the past year, we've worked hard to hold health partners to account, particularly around services commissioned by the NHS. Our Health and Adult Social Care Committee pressed for action on GP shortages, dental access and pharmacy services. We challenged the lack of local data and secured a commitment for better information sharing to support improved care. We also raised the issue of underused space in our healthy living centres. And thanks to Scrutiny, health partners are now working on ways to bring those spaces into fuller community use, helping to support local wellbeing. On the Children and Young People's Committee, we stood up for early year providers, raising concerns about the funding pressures facing nurseries and pushing for fairer local allocations. We welcome progress on family hubs and Start for Life, but didn't shy away from raising tough issues like asthma-related hospital admissions in young children. That scrutiny has already helped drive targeted support in schools. In Regeneration, Culture and Environment, we defended the school street scheme when it was called in, listening to the concerns raised, but ultimately ensuring that this important work on road safety and air quality could move ahead. And that decision was tested, scrutinised and upheld through an open and transparent process. And in business support, we tracked the Council's finances through a difficult year. We've reviewed spending reports, challenged service impacts and helped develop a more robust process for scrutiny reviews through a new task group protocol. And Mr Mayor, across all 4 committees, we've used scrutiny to ask the right questions, test the right assumptions and drive better decisions. That's the job, and I think we've shown that scrutiny done properly makes our services stronger and more accountable. And in most cases, we all work collaboratively together. I did say that word right. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor MacDonald. Any other member? Any member? No one indicates that they wish to speak. So we go back to the proposer, Councillor Tijan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councillor MacDonald, for your eloquent words. I nearly got it wrong there. Yes, Mr. Mayor, the Overview and Scrutiny Committee remains committed to holding the Council accountable and driving continuous improvement in our services. We appreciate the support of all fellow Council members and officers and look forward to working together to achieve our shared goal. Thanks to the Council and thanks to everyone for what you do. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tijan. Is that agreed? Agreed. Thank you. Moving on to agenda item 14, which is contract letting exceptional circumstances. Councillor Maple, would you like to make a proposal?
I would. Thank you very much indeed, Mayor Nesteroff. I'll move the recommendation, which is to note the contents of the report. This is a noting report only, but constitutionally we're obliged to bring this every year. I'm looking for Councillor Adrian Golvin, who used to bring this report. This is a report which I think there's absolute consensus it will never have zero. This is about where we have to grant contracts specifically by exemption. There was a period just over a decade ago now where this was a very high number, and to be fair to the previous administration, they brought that number back down to a much more appropriate level. This year, as colleagues can see in section 4, you can see the 5 exemption contracts laid out, all pretty straightforward and clear, and particularly the rationale. I think that's important. If it was ever to get close to that number that it was for those 2 years in particular, one in particular where it was very, very high, I think there'd be absolutely right to be questions to be asked. We're going through the process at the moment of reviewing our procurement policy and procedure as well. It's up for renewal this year, so there'll be some work done alongside that. So again, thank officers who deal with these in the very rare occasions that they happen, and happy to take any questions. Thank you, Mayor Nesteroff.
Thank you, Councillor Maple. Is that supported? Councillor Brown, would you like to speak now or reserve the right to speak later?
Reserve the right to speak later, please.
Thank you. Any member? Councillor Perfect?
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to the leader for the report. We're content with all the exceptional circumstances that have been laid out within the report, and also noting the important work that is undertaken in this area to keep these to a minimum. So happy to note the report and thank the leader and officers for their work on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Perfect. Councillor Pierce.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This report will spend £230,000 on Gunwharf, and I understand there's a £20 million spend on this building, which really shouldn't have been listed in the first place. And I think there is a big issue here, because with this local government reorganisation, we don't even know if that building's going to be the headquarters for this new monster mega unitary authority which is coming down the track. So I think this is wasting public money if anything, to spend all this money on an unknown quantity when we don't know what's going to exist literally in the next year or so. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pierce. Any other member? No one wishes to speak, so we're going to go back to Councillor Brown.
Sorry, Leader. I just want to draw the public's attention to one line in this and remind people that this was done from budgets that were agreed. But I would draw the public's attention to the fact that the majority of people on the other side of this room voted against having a balanced budget at full council. And the other thing that I want to bring to people's attention is, as I've always said, we're only dealing in the facts here. But the facts are that these works are necessary. They're properly constituted. And I do thank all the members on scrutiny committees, and particularly on audit committee, which is slightly different, where we agree the policies around procurement. We've introduced a stronger policy in the recent past, and Councillor Maple is right, it is up for review. And I would hope that people don't decide to have disruptive and contrary views to what they purport to be representing for their residents. We're here actually to do a decent, honest job, not to be disruptors, not to be calling for division, even if the leaders of our limited companies and various other things called for that, and even some of the parties. We are here trying to do the best, and we are charged with doing the best for our residents. And I would remind everybody in this room that there is no point in saying that you stand for justice and fairness when actually your actions and your associations mean that you're for division and condemning people like because they're poor or are different from you.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. Back to the proposer, Councillor Maple.
Thank you very much, Mayor Nestorov. Thank you to Councillor Brown for her seconding of the report and for the brilliant work that she does along with other colleagues on the audit committee. It's an important committee and procurement is part of course, of what they look at in there. Thank you to Councillor Perfect for his words. I didn't quite catch Councillor Pearce, whether you said you were against Gun Wharf being listed. I think you'll find most people in this room don't disagree with you on that. Nobody here in this room is responsible for that, but we are where we are, and we have to follow the rules, as I say, everywhere. So that includes me, includes this administration, includes this council when it comes to ensuring that listed buildings are treated appropriately, however they ended up listed. So I thank colleagues for their work. I think officers for having to deal with these things often in very short notice and short timescales. That's the very nature of urgent decisions and urgent exemptions, and therefore I move the report for noting. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Maple. Is that agreed? Agreed. Thank you. That's agreed. Moving on to final agenda item, use of urgency provisions. Councillor Maple, would you like to make a proposal?
I would. Thank you very much, Mayor Nestorov. The final proposal from me of this municipal year. Thank goodness at this early hour. This is for noting as well. I'll run very quickly through the decisions because, again, we don't make many urgent decisions, but they are important. One was around the issue of the final funding formula. That is not an unusual urgent decision by the nature of timescales and calendars, etc. That is quite often one that needs to be made. We had the report being considered on Kingsley House office lease renewal. Again, we've had to go through that process accordingly, not least recognising that we are going through that process of looking at our buildings and how we deliver services longer term. 4.3 talks about the devolution and local government reorganisation. We had a very hard deadline to make sure something was submitted, so we did that accordingly. And then finally, the important work around the direct award for one public estate, again recognising that getting the funding and getting it out the door was pretty critical to a project that has been on the books for some time. So I welcome that. So those are the reasons for those urgency decisions. As always, happy to take any questions. Thank you, Mayor Nesterov.
Thank you, Councillor Maple. Is that supported? Councillor Coombs, would you like to speak now or later?
I'll reserve my right, thank you.
Thank you. I open the floor for debate. Councillor Perfect.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I'm pleased this is also my last comment of the municipal year on matters such as this. I'd just like to thank all officers involved, particularly in the case of the funding formula and the work that I know Maria, Leanne, Celia and the team undertake, particularly in relation to that tight deadline and for the briefing that we had comprehensively on that, and also in relation to the other matters, including on devolution and local government reorganisation. And in particular, I'd like to thank the Assistant Director for Legal and Governance for the conversations that we had in relation to that, and I know Councillor Tijan did too. So thank you very much to all the engagement on all of these matters, and pleased to note the report and the exceptional circumstances necessary. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Perfect. Any other member? We don't have anyone else that wishes to speak. Back to the seconder, Councillor Coombs.
And in the interest of brevity, I've got nothing further to add.
Thank you, Councillor Coombs. Councillor Maple, back to you.
Thank you very much, Mayor Nesterov. Thanks again to Councillor Perfect and Councillor Coombs for their support. And again, thankfully, not a power we use often, we use sparingly for the reasons as laid out. So I therefore move the report for noting. Thank you, Mayor Nesterov, both for tonight and for your whole term as our Mayor in this chamber.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Is that agreed? Yay. So today's meeting seems to be one of the shortest one we had, and I was expecting us to finish 2 o'clock at night, so that's good. Before I close the meeting, I just want to thank everyone, the members and the viewers online, and being no further business, I declare this meeting closed.